Here on AM 560.
What's happening? What does it mean? Why is it important? We've got the answer. AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady, bombarded with more questions about her email.
I know there's a certain level of, sort of anxiety or interest in this. But the facts are the facts.
Hillary Clinton, after a town hall event in Nevada, again telling reporters she did not send or receive information marked classified, but sidestepping questions on whether her private server was wiped clean. An intelligence source says FBI investigators are confident they can recover at least some of the deleted files from that server.
We've also learned from the Daily Mail that the company that maintained Clinton's private email account was run out of an apartment in Denver, and that the company's servers were kept in a bathroom closet with no alarm system.
Fox's Kristen Fisher. They don't think he's a lone wolf. Thailand's police chief sounding an alarm as the search continues for a Bangkok bombing suspect. Fox's Radio's Simon Owen with this live.
Lisa, police out with a sketch and an offer of a reward, but saying a young man with glasses and bushy hair seen leaving a backpack at the scene of Tuesday's explosion may have been in disguise. 20 people were killed by the blast at a busy downtown intersection. The Thai police chief saying the bomber can't have been working alone, not least because he's managed to escape and avoid detection. But there's been no claim of responsibility, and the motive behind the attack is still unknown. Lisa.
Thanks, Simon. 95 wildfires burning just in Washington state and Idaho.
Northwest Coordination Center spokeswoman Koshari Eagle says each day 0 to 2 fire crews are available, and yet there are pending orders for 60 to 100 crews each day.
Fox Radio's Jessica Rosenthal. Nearly 1,000 people under mandatory evacuation. 3 men missing and presumed dead after a landslide in one Alaskan coastal town. A geologist due to visit the site to check for stability today. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Cloudy skies this morning.
It certainly is, but
winds are
I
out
mean,
of the south
follow
at
the
11,
trail.
humidity at 97% at 5:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott, and it was a rough night for many as crews this morning are working to restore power for thousands after storms tore through the Chicago area. ComEd reporting storms caused around 16,000 power outages. Not a lot of damage. There are some trees down and some power again out, according to ComEd, as 1 to 3 inches of rain fell, causing flooding warnings across much of the Chicagoland area last night. Those warnings and watches expired as it pertains to flooding around 2 to 3 a.m. this morning. Illinois Senate President John Cullerton says votes to override some of Governor Rauner's vetoes could come this week. One is Rauner's rejection of a bill that would send state contract deadlocks to binding arbitration. Yesterday, Governor Bruce Rauner sent a memo to Illinois lawmakers imploring them not to overturn that dismissal of that legislation. Rauner issued that note to the legislature on the eve of that expected Senate vote, and their try to override his veto of that measure.
Basically, what this bill does is take away my ability to negotiate on behalf of the taxpayers of Illinois and turns over the new contract for ASTRA into the hands of an unelected bureaucratic arbitrator who almost all of them have labor union backgrounds. So the system is rigged against taxpayers.
Rauner on AM 560 yesterday with Dan and Amy, telling reporters he's asking lawmakers to let him do his job. A mother and young daughter are in critical condition this morning. They were struck by a semi-tractor trailer on the south side. Regina Holloway was pushing her 2-year-old, Angela, in a stroller when they were struck by that truck. They were pinned under in the 6900 block of South Prairie Avenue. A 21-year-old suburban Chicago man awaiting trial on terror charges faces new allegations of attacking a fellow inmate.
It was designed to be a way of sharing information, not protecting information from being shared.
Adel Daoud attended a hearing yesterday at Chicago Federal Court.
I think they are dragging their feet. I think that they are engaged in
using a makeshift weapon.
Yeah, that's why we turned it over.
Michael Jordan said Tuesday in the Chicago Federal Courtroom.
What, like with a cloth or something? Well, no. I don't know how it works digitally at all. I do not have any. Ed, I know you want to make a point, and I can just repeat what I have said. In order.
in a rain delay early into the morning baseball contest.
But Ed, you're not listening to me. If it were a government account, they would be saying the same thing. The fact. No. Look, everybody's acting like this is the first time it's ever happened. It happens all the time. And I can only tell you that the State Department has said over and over again, we disagree. So that's what they're sorting out. And
Dennis Prager.
The FBI believes that you tried to wipe the entire server. You tried to wipe the entire, so that there be no email, no personal, no official.
Well, my personal emails are my personal business, right?
No interaction with a human being because human beings are too expensive. Thanks to liberals. This should be one of the mottos of the left. We don't care what happens next.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Springfield has become a machine that has empowered and enriched a handful of career politicians at the expense of the hardworking men and women of Illinois. We can't continue to send politicians to Springfield and expect things to change. We need someone with courage, someone with principles, someone willing to take a stand and fight for the people of Illinois.
I'm Paul Sirwatka. As a father of 4, I have real concerns about the direction of our state and what the future holds for our children. Our representatives in Springfield have failed us. For decades now, they knew the issues we faced, and out of fear, neglect, or self-serving interest, they refused to make the critical decisions necessary to address them. As a former firefighter-paramedic, and in my service as a village trustee, I've proven my commitment to make the kinds of tough decisions needed to get Illinois out of the grips of the machine. This is our state. This is our home. Now is the time to take back Illinois.
Visit paulsirwatka.com and join the fight to take back our state. Paid for by Take Back Illinois with Paul Sirwatka.
5:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center, and joining us with the latest this morning, here's Jim Talamonte. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mike. Adams Tollway.
It was never designed to be secure. It was designed to be a way of sharing information, not protecting information from being shared.
I think they are dragging their feet. I think that they are engaged in some form of gamesmanship, legal gamesmanship, and they're being less than frank and forthcoming. I think they are dragging.
Once again today, I-80 is down to 1 lane at Lisbon Road in the Morris area till 10 a.m. Today in Orland Park, 159th Street closes between 104th and 108th Avenues for rail crossing work. Traffic is a service of Think It Up. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast, a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A morning shower or thunderstorm around, otherwise mostly cloudy and breezy today, high 76. Partly cloudy night, low 57. Sunny to partly cloudy tomorrow with a refreshing breeze, high of 73. Then clear at night, low 56. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
70 at O'Hare, 71 along the lake, 72 Midway. Your next news update is at 5:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by MJ Miller, honoring all of your milestone anniversaries. Stop in to see what sparkles at 123 West Main Street in downtown Barrington.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
In a first for the Army's elite Ranger School, a pair of women have just made history by proving they belong among the best of the best. But whether they will actually be allowed on the front lines with their male counterparts is still a matter open to debate.
Hillary Rodham Clinton's secret email server scandal just keeps getting worse every day. Reports now say the number of email flagged as potentially containing classified information has grown to 305.
Well, my personal emails are my personal business, right?
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So it looks like Hillary may not be the only Clinton with a burgeoning email scandal now that Ashley Madison's data has been released. But Thank you very much.
32 million people, names, credit card numbers. Your spouse will find out if you're trying to cheat on them.
30,000 government email addresses contained in the data that was released. I'm not kidding. So
out of Madison?
Yeah, we may have a rash of political resignations forthcoming too. So that'll be very interesting to watch. But we'll get to that. There's so much to get to regarding Hillary and her email problems after she had this kind of burning oil derrick of a press conference during a stop in Nevada yesterday.
Yeah, she threw her arms up in the air like a little squirrel girl.
Well, she wanted...
Stop, don't ask questions.
She wanted to talk about student loans.
Yeah, how did that go?
She was the only one who did. So that was a bit of a problem for her as new details are being released, including this from the Daily Mail. This is really... Let's just start with where the server was before we get to the server itself.
Can I say it? It was in the shitter. Thank you. Yeah, that's legal.
You can't say that. It's not street legal.
That's street legal. Okay, fine. You dumped me.
It was in the bathroom. That's how we talk about that place in polite adult conversation.
You could take the girl out of Mount Prospect, but you can't take Mount Prospect out of the girl.
I'll tell you, I didn't know I was working with Lisa Lampanelli this morning. Oh, my good grief. What is... Hey, David, quick trigger on there this morning. That was at 5:09 we got that. Imagine what we're going to be hearing by 7 o'clock. Okay.
So it was in the bathroom.
Yes.
In the closet.
The lavatory.
Yes. Okay, fine.
Bathroom. Washroom. All
Water
acceptable
closet,
terms. Yes. The Louvre.
Next to the bidet.
Not the Louvre, but the loo. Yes. Platte River Networks, right, had this Hillary server in the closet of a bathroom. One employee, this is Daily Mail, one employee said Platte River Networks, this place in Denver, Colorado that housed Hillary's server, called it a mom and pop shop, which was an excellent place to work, but hardly seemed likely to be used to secure state secrets. Tom Welch, who helped found the company, confirmed the servers were in a bathroom closet.
In a tiny loft apartment in Denver. I mean, it is a tiny tech firm, but the big thing is, too, there is no security. There is no alarm system. I mean, maybe it was so nonchalant and nondescriptive that maybe that's why she chose Platte River Networks?
No, it was because they have ties to the Democrat Party. That's why she chose them. But that is not a good enough answer based on what we know to be true and what we're learning to be true. One of the FBI guys that's looking into Hillary's email, had this to say about the server and its location.
It was never designed to be secure. It was designed to be a way of sharing information, not protecting information from being shared.
Which is a problem when you're trading in state secrets because you're the Secretary of State.
Right, and Platte River didn't have security clearance to handle classified materials. And when they told their employees that Clinton, they did say that some top secretive person is coming. They warned workers that we've got this contract. We're going to do it. We don't want a lot of talk about it. We just want to get in and get out.
Mm-hmm. AP reports raises some good points in their report yesterday. What hasn't been released. Data that could show how secure her system was, whether someone tried to break in, and who else had accounts on her system. Huma Abedin. Indeed, many physical details of the server remain unknown, such as whether data was backed up. And whether, again, anybody tried to erase it. Investigators who examine her server might find all sorts of information, how it was configured, whether it received necessary security updates to fix vulnerabilities in software, or whether anyone tried to access it without permission. Well, and the thing that's so interesting about this, think about these other hacking scandals, if you will, these hacking incidents that we're talking about. We're not just talking about Edward Snowden. We're talking about the IRS story yesterday. The hacking into the IRS system was 3 times in terms of compromising individuals' personal information, 3 times as big as they originally thought, maybe north of 300,000 people, not 100,000 people. We know the Office of Personnel Management. It was a small scandal until it became every single person who applied for a security clearance over the last 15 years, some 30 million records, essentially everyone in the federal government who's petitioned the federal government in some form or fashion over more than a decade. So those government agencies, also dubious in terms of how they were managing their information and using encryption and other available technologies. And so isn't it the same thing with the Secretary of State, where you're talking about classified information that can compromise the lives of intelligence officers and military officers and rank-and-file soldiers the world over? That's why this is so serious, although it wasn't treated particularly seriously by Hillary during her impromptu press conference yet again. And this is problematic. It's not just the quality of her answers. To me, it's getting to the point where it's a little bit the tone of her answers, too. She's annoyed, she's inconvenienced, and she doesn't even see the importance of this.
Right, but she started out trying to be lighthearted, just like she did when she talked about her Snapchat. She tried to make the reporters laugh. Here's how it began.
Well, I do now. I mean, in retrospect, what was supposed to be convenient has turned out to be anything but convenient.
This one, somebody asked her, do you regret setting up your private server? So that's how it began. And then Ed Henry, God bless the man, jumped in and just attacked. Not attacked, but he's trying to hold her accountable and asking her questions that he wants answered.
Yeah, it was a unsurprisingly uncompliant press for a change when it comes to Hillary. Here's Ed Henry kind of launching the conversation between Hillary and the Washington press corps.
Yeah, that's why we turned it over.
You were in charge of it. You were the official in charge. Did you wipe the server?
What, like with a cloth or something? Well, no. I don't know how it works digitally at all. I do not have any. Ed, I know you want to make a point, and I can just repeat what I have said. In order to...
All he was asking her, did you wipe the server?
Did you wipe the server? Her response is, you mean with a cloth or something? I suspect that Hillary is telling the truth in this narrow sense, that she doesn't know how to wipe a server. But you know what? When she engages in trying to be humorous, like she doesn't know what he's talking about, wipe the server, oh, you mean with a cloth. When she tries to invoke humor to lighten the mood, that just darkens the mood, because that's Hillary Clinton. She's not going to get away with trying to do her Shecky Green routine up there while people are asking questions about whether she did or did not commit crimes as well as compromise U.S. secrets as Secretary of State. That's not a time to joke around, be lighthearted about the questions that are being asked, particularly when you've stonewalled for as long as she has.
So Ed Henry then said, well, isn't leadership about taking responsibility? This isn't funny, Hillary.
Secretary Clinton, but Secretary Clinton, you're blaming this on the process and saying this is Bob Woodward yesterday was suggesting your shades of wonderful here and how you're reacting. And Eugene Robinson, who's not conservative, a liberal columnist, Washington Post today, said that at the very least, you stonewall, he said that you should tell the American people, I'm sorry, I was wrong. But instead, in recent days, you've been talking about Snapchat, you've been blaming the Republican attacks. Is the leadership about taking responsibility?
Well, I do look, Ed, I take responsibility. Look, and I just told Jeff, in retrospect, this didn't turn out to be convenient at all. And I regret that this has become a cause célèbre. But that does not change the facts. And no matter what anybody tries to say, the facts are stubborn. What I did was legally permitted. Number one, first and foremost, okay? Number two, I turned over out of an abundance of an attempt to be helpful over anything that I thought was even vaguely related. In fact, they've already concluded more than 1,200 of the emails I gave them have nothing to do with the work. And I said make them public. And that's the process that one goes through to make them public. So I know there's a certain level of, sort of anxiety or interest in this, but the facts are the facts.
Yeah, the facts are the facts. She went on to tell Telemundo in an interview that this will burn itself out. Essentially, there's nothing to worry about, which is her way of saying there's something to worry about. In terms of everything she did was legal, that's open to some disagreement, including Judge Napolitano on Fox News Channel yesterday.
Now, we know that at least one of them contains top secret material. Right. And then within the top secret category, there are 3 other markings indicating really, really super top, so super top that you can't discuss it outside of a secured environment, a secured room. And this particular email, which was satellite photographs of a Middle Eastern country and intercepts of foreign agents, was in that category. I mean, so let's just hypothetically say, Mrs. Clinton and her associates are indicted for conspiracy to violate the espionage laws of the United States by knowingly letting secrets get out. And let's just say they're in a courtroom, and Mrs. Clinton says, well, it didn't say classified on it. No one knows if that happened because the FBI has this information, and we haven't seen it yet. But here's what her argument was. Her first argument was, there are no classified materials. Right. Then she changed it to, I didn't send or receive anything that was marked classified. So if she tries to tell that to a jury, guess what the judge is going to say? The judge is going to say, members of the jury, the Secretary of State, who has been trained to identify classified materials, is presumed to know what's classified or not, whether it's stamped top secret or not. That would force her to get on the witness stand. Absolutely. That would force her to justify how these pictures of Yemen from a satellite are not classified.
Yeah, let's just say Hillary Clinton is indicted. Yeah, let's.
Merry Christmas! Servers full!
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Surviving last night's storms today, a big difference. We're going to have a morning shower or thunderstorm real early. Otherwise, mostly cloudy today, breezy, a lot less humid, a high of 76 degrees. Then tonight, partly cloudy, and tomorrow, sunshine with some high clouds, a refreshing breeze, and a high of 73 degrees. Let's get the travel times and see if the exit ramp to Arlington Heights Road is still closed. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. The exit ramp just reopened. Westbound Adams Tollway going to Arlington Heights Road. You can do it now. That ramp had been shut down with a crash, but it's open now. The inbound Ryan traffic is just a little heavy approaching downtown. Inbound Bishopport, a little heavy approaching the merge. Not a significant delay. Outbound, the Ford Freeway is down to 1 lane from the Ryan to 111th till 6 this morning. Tonight, before midnight, the ramp from the inbound Kennedy to eastbound Congress is scheduled to close and remain closed until Monday morning. There's a lot of work scheduled this weekend at the Burns Circle in downtown Chicago. We'll keep you posted on the other closures as they kick in and get set to kick in, but that's the only one starting tonight from the inbound Kennedy to eastbound Congress. It'll be a congested weekend there. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Oh, got a great night's sleep last night, all thanks to MyPillow. From MyPillow, it conforms to your neck and back. It helps if you have chronic back and neck pains, headaches, insomnia, allergies, snoring, all type of ailments. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. It's American-made, folks. Tens of thousands of satisfied customers, and you could be one too. Don't put it off any longer. Go to MyPillow.com, type Amy in the promo code. You'll get 2 pillows for the price of 1. So give one as a gift and give yourself the gift of a great night's sleep. If you do go to MyPillow.com and type Amy in the code, you'll also get 50% off pillow toppers and all other products. MyPillow.com, or call this number, 800-489-0201. Again, that number is 800-489-0201.
If you're aged 59 and a half or older with the 401k plan and still working, stop what you're doing and call Arlington Capital Management at 855-471-5796. They'll help you actively manage your 401k, show you strategies to avoid major declines, and capitalize on opportunities. There are benefits with age, and this is one of them. At 59 and a half, you're entitled to new opportunities in the investment world that can dramatically improve your results and even lower your fees. Call 855-471-5796 now and take the first step toward getting more out of your retirement assets. The team at Arlington Capital Management proactively explores the market, our economy, and all of the variables that offset your investments. Call 855-471-5796 now for a complimentary consultation. That's 855-471-5796 or visit arlington-capital.com. You worked hard to accumulate your nest egg. Now, it's time to put your money to work for you.
Trust is the single most important factor in hiring a contractor. Dependable Construction and its founder, Joe Barron, built their business over 3 decades by being trustworthy. Tuck pointing, brick, and roofing is Joe's specialty. Joe started as a laborer and progressed to an expert tuck pointer and bricklayer. In addition to masonry and roofing, Joe and Dependable Construction have grown to become a full-service Angie's List and Better Business Bureau award-winning contractor. For brick, masonry, and roofing on residential, commercial, or industrial projects to any other type of remodeling or construction, you'll deal directly with owner Joe Barron. Call Joe Barron at Dependable Construction, an AM 560 Feed the Children business benefactor. Mention AM 560 and receive a 10% discount on most jobs. Call 773-244-1091. That's 773-244-1091. Or visit tuckpointchicago.net. 773-244-1091.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy were talking about Hillary and her less than convincing performance at a press conference yesterday. Questions about her server, her email, her apparent illegal conduct.
Her wiping of the server.
Yeah, we'll see. And not with a towel. That's not what we're talking about. And then there's also this, too. I mean, your trust in big government. IRS said the number of taxpayers affected by a May security breach of its online Get Transcript service, maybe 334,000, nearly triple its estimate of 114,000, off by a factor of 3. That's actually pretty good for a government. It's usually more like by a factor of 10. The IRS has added more than 220,000 Americans to the list of those possibly affected by the data breach. So,
yeah, but they used an app on the IRS's website to download this information, and the IRS knew that they could have put in an installment of a certain type of security measure, and they decided not to take it because they were eventually going to get around to it. And now they have to help 225,000 people.
The protection of your state secrets. By the way, let's remember the Hillary email scandal, the genesis of it. Hacker. It was a hacker. It wasn't like this was self-reporting. It wasn't like the State Department fleshed this out and pushed this issue. It was a Romanian hacker. So a hacker at Secretary of State, a hacker into the IRS, 334,000 probably. Well, that number will go up if we've learned anything from experience. 334,000 individuals' information compromised at IRS, 32 million records compromised at Office of Personnel Management. But big government is the repository of big answers. Okay. Ed in Oak Brook, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, and Hillary, it's not really Hillary's defense, but what I have to say is she was politically appointed like all Obama appointments. They just don't care. She never cared about being Secretary of State. Maps of targets in Yemen, what is she going to do with that? Pass it along. Who gives a crap? What did she want her to do with that information? So that's why she thought her server and all this stuff was classified. She didn't care if it was or not. She had no clue it was.
Yeah.
So that's the problem.
So I don't care.
Thanks for the call, Ed. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting point. I guess maybe we're starting from the wrong premise that you assume a certain level of competence and concern from, the chief intelligence officer in your government. But maybe that's just an assumption we shouldn't make. He makes an interesting point. Makes an interesting point.
I do have to play this because Hillary Clinton, you can just watch her during yesterday's press conference getting more agitated. And finally, she pushes herself away from the lectern, walks away, shrugs her shoulders, and puts her hands up like, stop, don't shoot. I got my hands up. And the impetus to that was the last question finally by Ed Henry.
The FBI believes that you tried to wipe the entire server. Did you try to wipe the entire, so that there be no email, no personal, no official?
Well, my personal emails are my personal business, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are they? No. Not when they're less labeled classified.
Well, her personal emails are her personal business, but the problem that she has is that because she chose to use a private server, she lost the right to say what is private and what are personal emails and what are not personal emails. That's for independent review at that stage, not for Hillary and Uma review.
Those messages disappear all by themselves.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, sorry I'm late. I'm the chair for the company picnic committee, and I'm overwhelmed with finding the perfect catering partner.
Don't
Don't be freaked out by that. Tasty Catering has done our company picnic every year for the last 5 years. I actually went to Tasty Catering's kitchen first to taste the food. They served juicy burgers right from the grill, fresh salads, awesome sides, and fun foods for the kids. Last year, we even had delicious brisket and an entire pig roast.
Can they handle all the details? There's not much time to plan.
Planning was even easier. Tasty Catering handled every detail, from serving pieces to inflatables for the kids, the DJ, and of course, the bar area.
That's exactly what we're looking for.
Just go to tastycatering.com. The pricing was right, and our CFO signed off on the contract immediately.
The best company picnics start at tastycatering.com. View picnic menus and locations, entertainment options, and more. That's tastycatering.com.
Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing home? Then you need to call David Hochberg, Vice President of Pearl Mortgage. Bruce, married, combined income $320,000, credit score 560, living in a $340K home in Buffalo Grove, called to refinance his 7% mortgage. Bruce's credit is low because he missed payments on $50,000 he's carrying on credit cards funding his daughter's college education. David informed Bruce he had a better chance of giving birth to an elephant with his credit and devised a plan to enhance Bruce's credit so he can refinance. David is a colorful guy. If you are stuck in a high-rate mortgage because of low credit scores and you have no idea how to increase your scores, call David now at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. You can email him at david@perldavid.com or visit his website, am560david.com. That's am560david.com. David's helped thousands of AM560 listeners, and he'll help you. So call David now, 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com/licensing.
AM560, The Answer.
That always makes me laugh. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Ann Coulter goes after Carly. Ann Coulter doing the bidding of Sideshow Donald. We'll have that at 5:35.
And then Jared is toast. We'll explain. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. 68 degrees. Forecasters keeping a watchful eye on Tropical Storm Danny this morning. About to become a hurricane by tomorrow. Could end up along the Gulf Coast as a Category 2 storm by Sunday. Another grueling day for crews coping with 95 wildfires burning in Washington state and Idaho, 30 considered large. Islamic State terrorists have beheaded one of Syria's most prominent antiquities scholars in the ancient town of Palmyra. Syrian state media and the group Syrian Observatory for Human Rights say the 81-year-old Khaled Assad was beheaded outside a museum in the town square. 2 days after a deadly bombing at a popular shrine in Bangkok, Thailand, it's reopened to a stream of visitors paying respects to the 20 killed. Police now say the bomber is part of a network. A geologist will visit the site of a landslide in the Alaskan coastal town of Sitka today to assess whether the ground is stable enough for recovery crews to search for 3 men presumed dead. Former longtime Subway restaurant pitchman Jared Fogle expected to appear in a federal courtroom today in Indianapolis on child pornography charges. Shannon Hauser this morning is with Fox affiliate in Indy, WXIN.
Subway stated that they were suspending their relationship with Jared Fogle back when this investigation started. We have just been told by Subway that they say they have, quote, already ended their relationship with Jared. They say they have no further comment at this time. We also reached out to Jared's attorney here in Indianapolis. He says that they do not have a comment either. We are expecting some sort of press conference at the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Democrat presidential frontrunner Hillary Clinton claims she didn't know her email server, which was turned over to the FBI last week, had been wiped clean. But wiped clean or not, tech expert David Kennedy tells us the feds may still be able to collect an abundance of information.
You can look at that whole hard drive and you can say, okay, what data is actually still inside of that hard drive and can we recover it? So you can probably get a good percentage if it wasn't overwritten a long period of a long time ago. So there's a good chance you can recover at least some of the data.
Dan and Amy have been talking to you this morning about Clinton being questioned about that private server at a town hall meeting in Las Vegas. Crews are working to restore power for thousands of customers after storms tore through the Chicago area overnight. Illinois Senate President John Cullerton says votes to override some of Governor Rauner's vetoes could come this week. One is Rauner's rejection of a bill that would send state contract deadlocks to binding arbitration. And in a follow-up to a story we told you about yesterday, girls' Little League softball team from Central Iowa did advance to the semifinals after controversy there at the World Series. Central Iowa's girls' softball team went on to defeat the team that had cheated their way into the semifinal round, 3-2 in that one-game playoff. It was scheduled after it was determined that Washington intentionally lost its previous game to keep Central Iowa from advancing and avoid the rematch. Central Iowa won that rematch, but then later lost later yesterday in the day in their semifinal round contest. Detroit over the Cubs 10-8. Angels over the White Sox 5-3. And the news, a service of the American Association for Cancer Research, the world's first and largest organization dedicated to finding cures through research. Please support cancer research by donating today at www.aacrfoundation.org. Check of traffic and weather comes your way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity believes Hillary Clinton has an uphill battle.
I don't think it's going to quite unfold the way Hillary wants, and I think it's going to be more difficult than she anticipates. Let's start with the fact and assume here for a minute that if she wins the Democratic nomination, she's going to be running now for a third Democratic presidential term. She will be tied directly to the record of Obama.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joel Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
B-Dubs has done it again with their new Angry Orchard Fiery Applesauce. It's got heat that builds with delicious kicks of apple and cinnamon. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports.
Ask any Chicagoan for directions and you'll hear, get on the Eisenhower, take the Ronald Reagan, go to the Jane Addams, avoid the Bishop Ford. You know all the roads by name because you spend hundreds of hours in your car in some of the worst traffic ever. So it's no surprise that you see crashes and accidents every day. Thankfully, it wasn't you. But when it is, the only name you need to remember is Turry's Auto Body, Inc.
They take the stress out of your collision repair with in-house tow-in service and complete follow-through with your insurance company. Turry's employs iCar trained technicians, meaning the person working on your car has been specifically trained in auto collision repair. The environmentally friendly painting is done in computerized downdraft booths, and prompt personal service will put you back on the road in no time. You'll drive away with a smile on your face because your car looks and sounds the same as it did before the accident. Turry's Auto Body, open 6 days a week with locations in Bellwood on Manheim and in Villa Park on North Ave and Ardmore. Turry'sAutoBody.com. Quality collision repair.
A check of the roads at 5:36 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get the latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. We're seeing delays now on the inbound Ryan from around 18th to the Burns Circle. It's 18 minutes, 95th to downtown. Outbound 5 at 15. Bishop Ford. Got about a 2-minute delay approaching the Ryan. Outbound Ford Freeway is down to 1 lane. The Ryan to 111th till 6 this morning. Aidens and the Kennedy are fine. Eisenhower as well. Stevenson a tad heavy around Pulaski. Westbound Adams Tollway, the exit to Arlington Heights Road is open again. Had been closed due to an earlier crash. We have a collision reported in Orland Park at 187th and Wolf. Traffic service of Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. Someone you know is suffering from Crohn's disease or colitis. They're dealing with excruciating pain in days when they won't be able to get out of bed. Help someone you know and support the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation of America at ccfa.org. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
A morning shower in your forecast. Otherwise, mostly cloudy, breezy, and 76. Currently 70 at O'Hare. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Frank O. Carlson, the sign company's partner. They help you make more money. Go to mysignpartner.com.
Joe Walsh here. What are the real problems concerning Black lives? My friend Pastor Corey Brooks will be here to tell us, plus his new program offering 100 jobs to Southside residents. Freedom Matters at 5.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So, Amy, in presidential politics on the Republican side,
yes,
all the controversy is not just the repository of Hillary Clinton and her emails, although
There's no illegality on the Republican side, so that's good news.
Thank you.
There's no comparisons. Bob Woodward isn't talking about any Republican candidates and comparing them to Nixon and the infamous tape, so that's good news. But there is a lot of sparring going on about Donald Trump, and particularly in the wake of his immigration proposal, the plank in his burgeoning platform, I suppose.
I finally read the 6-page plan. Good luck with that. Good luck, yeah.
Ann Coulter has been even more Ann Coulterish than normal this week in response. She compared the plan, Donald's immigration plank. She compared it to the Magna Carta, a foundational document of Western civilization. This is the most important document, the 6-page pamphlet on immigration that Donald Trump penned or had someone pen. The most important document since 1215, according to Ann Coulter.
Oh, I use the 6-page plan to line my kitty litter box, but okay. But Ann holds it in a different regard.
Why do you need a kitty litter box? Are you not using the lavatory?
For my cat stand, because remember,
course.
I'm the neighborhood cat lady.
That's right, of course.
Any strays, send them my way.
Yes. And Coulter also said that Trump was Reagan-esque. I think her memory of the great communicator is a bit hazy.
Well, Democrat turned Republican, maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, he turned and it was a substantive turn, permanent. And then, he trafficked in big ideas and communicated them very effectively. I'm not so sure that Donald falls into the Reagan-esque category.
And what did you mention yesterday about he could perform abortions at the White House? What was that comment?
That's right. She said after...
We dabbled on that yesterday, but I didn't get the full story.
After releasing his immigration plank, that she doesn't care if he performs abortions on the White House. At the White House. That's how excited she was about what Donald Trump had to say about immigration. This is somebody who is ostensibly pro-life. Well, I guess two people who are ostensibly pro-life now, Coulter and Trump. I understand her penchant for the rhetorical flourish, but it's really getting a little bit silly. You can see why Donald Trump has such appeal to her. But it got sillier yesterday. She turned her sights on Carly Fiorina and had this to say about Carly Fiorina, because Carly Fiorina dare speak ill of the Donald.
I've turned against her as of yesterday with the hot, hot hate of 1,000 suns. Tell
us what you really think. I think that's a no?
First, I admit I was suspicious because I hate this, a woman can talk. Oh, isn't that great? I mean, why not Sid Tisdale? He ran for Senate in Nebraska. He's a wealthy banker. He's worth, a few $1 billion. He ran for Senate and lost. She ran for governor and lost. But I just hate this affirmative action among Republicans. Look, Republicans, you're very sweet people. I love that you're trying to promote someone because, it's a woman. But women can talk. It's really it's not breaking news. And then yesterday, among the attacks I saw on the magnificent Donald Trump immigration plan was, he wants to get rid of anchor babies. And you can read the section in my book. It's very short. It's not from the 14th Amendment.
Yeah. Well, so there are many problems to what Ann had to say about Carly being patronizing, the first among them. But here's something else. She doesn't like affirmative action. I don't think the support for Carly Fiorina is affirmative action. No. By the way, I think the support for Carly Fiorina is completely performance-based because, frankly, outside of political hacks like me and you that follow this on a daily basis, most people didn't know who Carly Fiorina was when she entered the presidential race. This is strictly performance-based, and it's not about that she can talk, Ann. How condescending can you be? It is about the quality of the arguments that she's making when she speaks, something Ann may want to take.
And she's likable, not like Ann Coulter.
Well,
is not like, no, when Carly Fiorina speaks, I listen and I trust her and I learn something.
Well, that's right.
And she speaks about her relationships with Benjamin Netanyahu and what she has accomplished and what she can accomplish and how she wants to stop the Iranian nuclear deal. She makes sense, and then she's done. She's precise, she's concise, and she's likable.
And if Ann doesn't like affirmative action, she may want to revisit what the magnificent Donald, in her words, had to say this past Sunday on the talk shows. Quote, "I'm fine with affirmative action. We've lived with it for a long time, and I've lived with it for a long time, and I've had great relationships with lots of people. Yeah, that's Reagan-esque.
Yeah.
And
I like women. Women like me.
But I'm fine with affirmative action. It seems that the one candidate who is fine with the affirmative action you decry, Ann, is your candidate. And then there's this, too. I just want to point this out. This is an excellent piece that Holman Jenkins had yesterday in the Wall Street Journal about Carly Fiorina, because now that she has risen in the polls, she is getting more scrutiny. You have heard Todd Christensen, a.k.a. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, go after her for the quality of her tenure when she was the CEO of Hewlett-Packard. Holman Jenkins' piece, CEO Fiorina fought the good fight between 1999 and 2005 when Carly was CEO of HP. Nobody was adding value to tech companies because of the tech bubble. And he writes, if you're a Republican-leaning voter, you might prefer Jeb Bush, a calm, shrewd, practiced decision-maker for the challenges ahead. If it's in the death throes, the Putin regime tries to grab the Baltic states. If an opportunity presents itself to plug away at America's long-term competitive problems, its tax code, its entitlement systems, its health care. But a reason not to reject Carly Fiorina is her mixed bag tenure at HP, which has lately been subjected to formulaic scorn by Donald Trump and business pundits. People get the wrong idea about CEOs, mostly from the media. CEOs are supposed to be magical persons who transform opportunities invisible to the rest of us into unlimited wealth. If only GM, some pundits moaned at the time of GM's bankruptcy, had a Steve Jobs who can combine steel, plastic, and glass in a way that would perform all the functions of an automobile, yet liberate its maker from the tyranny of cost and intense price competition with other manufacturers of automobiles. That kind of thinking is nuts. And he goes on just to look at Fiorina's performance at HP in the context of the tech sector at the time and finds that she fought the good fight. So just a little bit of reading for those that want to kind of have a more informed opinion of the candidates, including a candidate that a lot of people are just being introduced to, who is performing quite well and at minimum has moved herself to, I think, near the top of the VP list, even if she's not the nominee, and even though she doesn't come from Ohio or Florida.
And the NBC Wall Street Journal poll, who won the debate? She won, and she wasn't even on the main stage. I mean, she did such an amazing job that I want to hear more from her. You know, Ann Coulter should remember what Margaret Thatcher said. There's a special place in hell for women who don't support women.
Here's Mark in Des Plaines.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
You know, what bothers me is we're always talking about race and gender in terms of, you know, like a presidential candidate. Who cares? What I care about is the doctrine they espouse.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and the thing that, and I am not like a real supporter of Donald Trump, I will tell you that, but I want you to know, I think he's talking about the things that we need to talk about, and that's the problem I have with all of the attacks on him. I don't even know whether he's going to make it through the primaries, but the thing about it is he is resonating with people, and I think I don't know. I think there's a good reason for that.
Well, thanks for the call, Mark. There may be some good reasons for that. I mean, in terms of the legitimate anger in the body politic. But the problem is, under scrutiny, Donald Trump doesn't hold up. More on Donald Trump. This piece from our friend Mark Perry over at American Enterprise Institute. Donald Trump's hypocrisy on trade. He outsources and invests globally, but doesn't want Ford to do the same. Remember, he famously said, this is early on in his candidacy, that, you know, he would punish Ford if they expand overseas into countries like Mexico and impose a 35% tariff on Ford imports from Mexico if they built a plant there rather than the U.S. But Mr. Trump has no problem taking advantage of the global marketplace when it comes to his own businesses. So, for example, some of the clothing for his signature Donald J. Trump collection, something I will not be buying anytime soon.
You don't want a baseball cap?
I don't want to look like Donald Trump. Some of his clothing from his collection is produced in Mexico, and some of it is made in China.
Oh, really?
Trump also has made significant real estate investments overseas, and he owns and operates more than a dozen properties in countries around the world, including Panama, Brazil, Canada, India, Turkey, Uruguay, Philippines, and South Korea, which is fine. That's fine. You know, Trump, you should go where your money is treated the best. So what applies to Trump, though, should apply to other entrepreneurial capitalists, other U.S. businesses. And this is where Trump falls down. And you know why he falls down? You know why there's this hypocrisy? Because Trump isn't serious about anything other than the marketing of Trump, other than the brand Trump. And he's just trying to tap into the understandable, legitimate angst that exists. But he is an illegitimate messenger for these messages. That's the point. That's the disconnect between those Trump supporters that don't want to hear any cognitive dissonance and the actual Trump record. Ken in Lombard, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yes, good morning. I would like to say that the stock from 1999 at Hewlett-Packard, which later became Hewlett-Packard Compaq, but the merger through 2005 went up on Carly's watch. The overall tech sector, if you look up the triple Qs, it went down on that time. And also, when you look at Cisco Systems, that John Chambers had it up for a couple of decades.
Yeah.
Everybody loves that stock, loves him so much. In that same time frame, his stock was down significantly, and he does not get fired because of corporate politics. So my point is, if you want to look at performance on shareholder value, you have to she's got to hold her head high and say, yes, I did better than the market.
Yeah. All right. Very good. Thanks for the call, Ken. Appreciate it.
I cherish women.
Blowing away the competition with the latest news and what it means for you. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
What a difference a day makes. Today we'll have a light morning shower or two. Otherwise, it will be mostly cloudy, breezy, a high only in the mid-70s. Then tonight, partly cloudy, lows in the 50s. Wow. And then tomorrow, plenty of sunshine, a few high clouds, a refreshing breeze, a high of just 73 degrees. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Dan, the Edens, the Kennedy are just fine right now. Inbound Eisenhower, just a little heavy past Manheim. But we do have slow pockets on the Stevenson. It's slow inbound Lamont Road to Cass and Central to Kedzie. 38 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound fine at 34. The Ryan now 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 16 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford 21. Westbound Tri-State a little heavy at 290. Adams Tollway westbound at Roselle Road. There's a stall on the exit ramp. The left lane is blocked on that ramp. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
For collectors of coins and currency, investors, or people who want to check out some fantastic history, make plans to attend the 56th Annual Coin and Currency Show presented by the Illinois Numismatic Association. The show is at the Tinley Park Convention Center, Thursday through Saturday, September 10th through 12th. Admission and parking is free. Just bring your photo ID. This is one of the largest shows in the country, with hundreds of dealers and displays valued at millions of dollars. If you're a serious collector, this is a show you can't miss. If you're an investor or just want to find out more about coins and currency, this show is a can't miss. Bring the friends and family and look at history right in front of you. Don't miss special events for kids on Saturday, seminars and events all weekend long. The Illinois Numismatic Association presents the 56th Annual Coin and Currency Show, Thursday through Saturday, September 10th through 12th at the Tinley Park Convention Center. Thursday and Friday, view items for a rare coin auction that starts Friday at 4 p.m. Get more information at ilnaclub.info. Summer is here, and your business can't afford mechanical issues with its HVAC system. You also don't want just anyone doing the job. When you want the best trained and skilled team, you want Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading full-service mechanical HVAC and refrigeration provider. Each year, Air Comfort invests in ongoing staff training to keep up with changes in technology and products. Why is training so important? Because Air Comfort understands that doing the job the right way the first time is just the beginning of a long-term relationship with its clients. That's why Air Comfort is a proud supporter of the UA Standard of Excellence and is certified as a star contractor by MSCA. With more than 80 fully equipped vehicles, chances are that an Air Comfort technician is nearby to serve your HVAC needs. For more than 80 years, Air Comfort has earned the trust of thousands of customers with businesses just like yours. To find out more, call 708-345-1900 or visit them online at aircomfort.com.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level?
Arizona State University now offers over 90 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 90 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229.
AM 560, The Answer.
Yeah. Sure. Josh Groban.
Going to my happy place.
Yeah. He, who doesn't swoon to a Josh Groban tune? Well, Josh Groban is releasing a new album of sorts. Do they still call them albums? No, nobody does.
I don't know.
Except me.
CD?
Josh Groban appeared on Jimmy Kimmel to preview some new songs on his new album. Kind of a political turn for Josh Groban, focusing on Donald Trump tweets and putting them to music.
Josh Groban's multi-platinum The Best Tweets of Kanye West was the #1 album of 2011. And now, his highly anticipated follow-up, The Best Tweets of Donald Trump.
I've never seen a thin person drinking Diet Coke. That Barack Obama's birth certificate is a fraud. A fraud. Robert Pattinson should not take back Kristen Stewart. She cheated on him like a dog, and will do it again, just watch.
Yeah, there's
Play more. That's awesome.
there's a bonus track.
Oh, really?
Buy now and get the exclusive new bonus track, Losers and Haters, absolutely free.
Sorry, losers and haters, but my IQ is one of the highest, and you all know it. So please don't feel so stupid or insecure. It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
Available on iTunes.
They call me the ratings machine.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If the battery pack in your hybrid fails, that can be a huge unexpected expense. Dan Proft here for Midwest Performance Cars. In addition to complete maintenance and repair of European automobiles, Midwest Performance Cars is a certified hybrid shop location. Their technicians have undergone extensive training and can test and recondition your Toyota or Honda hybrid battery pack at a price hundreds less than your dealer. MPC can also perform a comprehensive pre-purchase inspection on hybrid vehicles and provide an accurate assessment of the health of your hybrid battery pack. The longevity of battery packs is a known drawback of a hybrid vehicle. Midwest Performance Cars offers an exclusive technology that can restore your battery to over 95% of its original performance. Take your hybrid to the dealership with a check engine light and they'll probably tell you that you need a new battery, costing you $3,000 to $5,000. With MPC's battery conditioning technology, you could potentially save up to 50%, keeping thousands of dollars in your pocket. They're located in Chicago's West Loop at the corner of Lake and Ogden. Free Lyft and Uber shuttle service available. Online at MidwestPerformanceCars.com. Midwest Performance Cars, the dealer alternative, an expert source for European auto maintenance and repair.
Summer is such a busy time of year at my house, from the kids home from school, their friends coming over. My carpet was starting to show some serious foot traffic. So I just had Executive Green Carpet Cleaning come to clean all my carpeted areas, and they look fabulous. They look like brand new carpets. Executive Green Carpet Cleaning has a different process from the big box companies I've used in the past. When they came into my home, they used their own purified water, not water from my faucet. They pre-treated my carpets and used environmentally green solution, a salt-based cleaner that left no residue like the detergent ones that are used by the big box companies, which is so much safer for the boys and my cats. Executive Green also cleaned 3 rooms for only $139 and didn't try to upsell me. Want your carpet to look like new again, like mine? Well, then call them right now, 708-599-5151. That's 708-599-5151, 708-599-5151, or schedule online at executivegreencarpetcleaning.com.
You are a sign business, you want to grow, and you want to make more money. So do I. I want to partner with you. This is Dave Carlson, and my sign company is Franco Carlson and Company. We've been doing business in Chicago since 1894. With millions of dollars of state-of-the-art equipment, we can do any job. Trade shows, bus and vehicle wraps, banners for special events, even custom wallpaper. We can help you expand your sign business. If there is an order, any order, or a piece of business that you don't have the capabilities to do yourself, we can do it with you. You don't have to turn away any sign or print business any longer. Speed and quality to meet your deadlines. And we won't go after your customers directly. You have my word on that. Expand your sign business. Take any order. Make more money. Become a partner with Franco Carlson and Company. Contact me for a quote or stop by for a tour of our shop. Franco Carlson and Company. We are the sign company's partner.
Call Franco Carlson and Company at 773-847-6900. 773-847-6900.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Toasted? Yes, he is. We'll talk about Jared at 6:06.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Fox News keeping an eye on a developing storm in the Atlantic. It could be a hurricane, and storms leave thousands without power here. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. The questions still piling up even after Hillary Clinton turned over her private server. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland is live in Washington.
Reporters gave the former Secretary of State the third degree over her old emails during a campaign stop in Nevada. Fox's Ed Henry asked Clinton if she wiped her private server clean.
What, like with a cloth or something? I don't know. Well, you know how it works digitally. Did you try to wipe the whole server? I don't know how it works digitally at all.
She again said she did not send or receive information marked classified via her personal email system. An intelligence source tells Fox the FBI is confident and may be able to recover deleted files and material from the server. Lisa.
Rachel, thanks. 2 days after a deadly bombing at a popular shrine in Bangkok killed 20 people, police are now saying the man seen on security video with a backpack believed to contain the bomb is believed to have acted is part of a network and not alone. Men have a little blue pill. Now the FDA approves a little pink pill for women. But instead of boosting blood flow like Viagra, ADVI targets brain chemistry and will include a black box warning against using it with alcohol. Hackers trying to shut down a controversial website apparently make good on a threatened data dump. Fox News Radio's Garnell Scott has this live.
Lisa, the Ashley Madison website, which is a matchmaking site targeting unfaithful spouses, is dealing with this massive breach that its clients likely don't want made public. While a number of clients wasn't determined, names, addresses, credit card information, all out there now, the hackers accused the parent company, Avid Life Media, of deceit and declared to them that their time was up. Avid Life said in a statement that the hackers are morally judging the company. Security experts are saying the hackers probably had access to the information for some time. Lisa.
Thanks, Jared. Now, former Subway pitchman Jared Fogle due in court today, expected to plead guilty to child porn charges stemming from an investigation against a former business partner. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Cloudy and 70 degrees. Winds out of the south at 10 at 6:02 on AM 560 The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. National Weather Service has just issued a flood advisory for the east branch of the DuPage River, right now impacting Bolingbrook in Will County. And crews are working to restore power for thousands of customers after storms ripped through the Chicago area overnight, leaving behind outages, hail in the south suburbs, and rotational clouds that look like a tornado near Oak Brook, and between 1 and 3 inches of rain. Illinois Senate President John Cullerton says votes to override some of Governor Rauner's vetoes could come this week. One of those is Rauner's rejection of a bill that would send deadlocked state contracts to binding arbitration. Yesterday, here on AM 560 with Dan and Amy, Governor Rauner says he's asking lawmakers to let him do his job and negotiate.
Basically, what this bill does is take away my ability to negotiate on behalf of the taxpayers of Illinois and turns over the new contract for ASTR into the hands of an unelected bureaucratic arbitrator who almost all of them have labor union backgrounds. So the system is rigged against taxpayers.
The state's contract with members of AFSCME expired June 30th. A mother and young daughter are in critical condition after being struck by a semi-truck on the south side. Regina Holloway was pushing her 2-year-old in a stroller when they were struck by that truck and pinned underneath in the 6900 block of South Prairie. Lake County sheriffs say they spotted a missing Antioch man early Tuesday morning, but he eluded them in a heavily wooded area. Family members say James Helton has not been seen since Saturday. They reported him missing after he made suicidal statements. Tigers over the Cubs at 10-8 in a rain-delayed contest. Angels over the White Sox 5-3. The news a service of the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. Someone you know is suffering from Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis. They're dealing with excruciating pain and days when they won't be able to get out of bed. Help someone you know and support the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation of America, ccfa.org. A check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
The 1-year anniversary of what? A young thug got shot and killed.
The Joe Walsh Show.
A year later, we're honoring him. A year later, Ferguson again is burning. Ferguson is looting, shooting at police officers. We've learned nothing. We've learned absolutely nothing in a year.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
What would an extra $250 a month mean to you? For some, it's a little financial breathing room. For others, it's a car payment, a home repair, or help with college tuition. Hi, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans, and I've got some great news if you're looking to save money on your mortgage. All it takes is a simple phone call to Quicken Loans at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. Folks who refinance with HARP can save an average of $250 a month. That's $3,000 a year. Our home loan experts fully understand the HARP guidelines, and they'll walk you through our streamlined process. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equalizing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
6:05 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. The latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The Edens is just fine right now. The Kennedy's still delay-free. Traffic is getting a bit heavier, though. As we get into the morning rush, we'll have some slow pockets soon. Inbound Eisenhower, a little slow past Manheim. 30 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound fine at 29. Inbound Stevenson, little heavy between Lamont Road and Cass, then slow from around Central to Kedzie. 39 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound fine at 34. Inbound Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 16 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford, 21 minutes. Northbound Tri-State heavy at 290. The other tollways are looking good. 8094 westbound at I-65. The ramp to 65 is blocked right now due to a crash. Traffic as a service of the Foundation for a Better Life. While many rose up with violence, he sat down for peace. Mahatma Gandhi reached out with the strength cultivated within his soul. Pass it on from the Foundation for a Better Life. Values.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast is a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
For today, a morning shower or thunderstorm around, otherwise mostly cloudy and breezy. High of 76. For tonight, partly cloudy skies with a low of 57. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
69 at O'Hare, 71 along Chicago's Great Lakefront. Your next news update, 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Heroes Talk Radio. Learn the secrets to planning a tax-free retirement income by listening to Heroes Talk Radio Saturday afternoons at 5.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
In a first for the Army's elite Ranger School, a pair of women have just made history by proving they belong among the best of the best. But whether they will actually be allowed on the front lines with their male counterparts is still a matter open to debate.
Hillary Rodham Clinton's secret email server scandal just keeps getting worse every day. Reports now say the number of email flagged as potentially containing classified information has grown to 305.
Well, my personal emails are my personal business, right?
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, just a apropos of nothing really other than its importance this day. George from Elk Grove Village reminded me via text. Thanks, George. Today is Phoebe Cates' birthday.
He reminded us that it's Phoebe Cates' birthday because last year he reminded us again that it was Phoebe Cates' birthday.
You can't be reminded enough.
Every year I expect to be reminded.
Yes.
Before it sinks in.
You know, certain scenes at Pastimes at Ridgemont High were very important to a growing boy. So thanks for that, George. And more disturbing news.
Oh.
Jared Fogle, Subway spokesman extraordinaire, expected to plead guilty to child porn charges today in federal court. So it appears that the former director of the Jared Foundation that he had started, Russell Taylor, who was arrested in a child porn case last year, accused of possessing and producing child porn. Investigators said Taylor's home, search of Taylor's home, turned up more than 500 videos with images of child pornography. And this past May, Russell Taylor unsuccessfully tried to kill himself in jail. We'll see what happens to Jared. But pretty disturbing stuff about one Jared Fogle. But a lot of the mystery taken out of that morning raid from a few weeks back of Fogle's home, where the attorney said he was cooperating and he was not the target. Apparently, as we suspected at the time, that was not the case.
Yeah, Jared's attorney kept saying, "Oh, this will essentially blow over."
I think he's going to do very well.
Yeah, well, we'll see how well he does today when he enters a plea deal.
We'll see how well he does
with the U.S. Attorney's Office in Indianapolis.
We'll see how well he does in federal prison, because it turns out Gerald Fogle, attorney, child porn offenders don't do terribly well in prison, as I understand.
He's going to have to be kept in isolation if he wants to stay alive or not touched.
No spicy Italians for him.
No, but here's the deal. Subway should never have hired him in the first place. And I say that because if you look at his dirty past, he ran a very, very lucrative, successful porn rental business out of his dorm at IU. And when you start with pornography, somehow that led into child pornography. I mean, after 4 years of selling it and making a ton of money, thousands of dollars, which was tax-free, by the way, because I don't think the IRS caught up with him. He parlayed into child porn.
Do you know that?
No,
do you
well,
know
he was
about
never.
his business?
He was from people that I know that have frequented. They would give $1 for a CD or DVD and borrow it for a day and then give it back. And I don't think he ever had to pay taxes on it. No. All right, conjecture on my part.
Yes, and interesting circle of friends you have.
He was
as we've noted previously.
Seriously, ask anybody who went to IU during that time.
I don't need to. You already have. Yes.
He's the porn king, and he lost all that weight going to Subway because Subway was the restaurant where it's a fast food place in his dorm. So he lost 200 pounds because he was lazy. He didn't want to go to the Burger King down the street or the McDonald's. He went to the Subway because it was right there.
He still lost the weight.
He did. He lost it. Regardless, but I don't visit Subways anymore, and I have not had walked in or stepped foot into a Subway only to ask the question if sales are down at the one by my house.
And what did they say?
They said sales have been horrible. And every time I drive by,
maybe it has something to do with the food.
No, the food's not that bad. I don't mind. I mean, part of my yoga mats and one of their breads, and one of the ingredients in yoga mats was found in the bread, but they took that ingredient out. But they said that the guy told me, he said it has been down since this happened to Jared because he was so beloved and respected, and everyone who was a little bit overweight said, God, Jared is inspiring me. And now what do we have? We have a grotesque man who allegedly was engaging in child pornography, possibly with his friend. And the whistleblower in this is a woman in Sarasota, Florida, who her voice here is disguised, but Jared had called her, and they'd been speaking on and off because he was doing a promotional event down there in Sarasota. And he had asked her if he could hook her up with middle-aged schoolgirls.
That's exactly what started this. So when I presented it to the FBI, the first thing that they said to me is, "This who I think this is?" And I said, "Yes, it is." And it just went full gear after that.
And in court records, it showed, or through the FBI investigation, it showed that he had texted her, asking her to hook him up with 16-year-old girls, asked her maybe if she wanted a threesome.
The subject matter is similar to what the FBI found when they raided his home. It goes deeper than that.
Yeah, it turns out that Bill Cosby isn't Mr. Huxtable, and Jared isn't this, kind of lovable pitch man that you see in 30-second bites on television. It turns out that just because you see someone on television, this is worth noting when we think about political campaigns too.
Yes,
please. What you see for 30 seconds on TV or what you see in a scripted sitcom isn't a reflection necessarily on who these individuals are. You don't know them. You don't know the Speaker of the House that lives maybe just down the block.
Are you kidding me?
You don't know the subway pitchman. You don't know Bill Cosby.
312-642-5600. Does anybody go to Subway anymore?
Well, we got a text. This is when we talked about it previously.
Yeah.
It was a great text.
What?
Somebody was passing a Subway in Yorkville, and the only one inside was Denny Hastert.
Too soon!
Is it too soon?
Is that too soon? But here are neighbors. They said Jared always kept to himself. And keep in mind, he was married with 2 children. Gross.
Hey, Kim, where you live?
Live right there.
So diagonally across the street.
Mm-hmm.
How long have you ever seen Jared outside or talked to him at all?
The conversations have been really brief, just small talk, like, hi, how's it going? Basically just introducing myself and then seeing him. He seemed like a pretty private guy. We mostly had interactions with his wife, who was very friendly, just a normal person. I've honestly seen him outside maybe 12 times in the last 5-6 years. Like I said, he's a pretty private guy. He was training for the New York Marathon, and I think he did most of the training on his treadmill inside the house, which just seems kind of weird. So I don't know if that had anything to do with it. Maybe he was just a private individual, but the family seemed normal. I came home from a friend's house, and I couldn't get to my house, so I parked around the corner here, ran around back. The first thing that I saw were the helicopters. There were about 3 of them, I think, which is just totally bizarre for this area. Yeah, I mean, just a lot of FBI, a lot of news vans, a lot of activity that I wasn't expecting.
And they took boxes of evidence out of his house.
Yeah, he went from those big pants to no pants. Jared did. It is sickening, and he obviously is going to go to prison. You're not going to plead out to child porn charges and get probation. I can't imagine the U.S. Attorney's Office allowing him to walk free after all of this. So it'll be interesting to see the sentence he receives.
Russ Taylor, his friend that's already in jail, who, as you mentioned, tried to kill himself in prison, who was in charge of his Child Obesity Foundation, they took 500 videos from his house, and some were bestiality. I mean, it was child porn, and it was even one step worse. I mean, this is a sick problem. And is it a disease, or is it just a dirty habit? I mean, how would you describe it? Because I had to see child porn once for an investigation I was doing, and that is something you can never unsee. It is the most disgusting thing.
I mean, honestly,
ever. I just can't
between
believe
your
that
friends and your personal experiences.
No,
that's good. Oof.
Well, it was part of an investigation because you want to see what you're talking about, and they show it to you, and it's something you cannot unsee.
Yeah. So, these are predatory individuals. They're sex offenders for life. You talk to psychologists, you don't really cure sex offenders, and that's what it turns out. Jared is, assuming that this story is correct, and he pleads guilty today, as well as his colleague that was running the foundation, and those people need to be removed from society, period.
So, Jared, you've got your old fat pants, haven't you? Let's have a look at them.
I do. These are way more famous than I am, Piers. Actually, if I can't make an event, I send the pants. But this is what I used to wear.
Wow, look at
this
that.
This was a 60-inch waist. Now, these are the relaxed fit, though, which is very important to have.
Or as Chris Christie calls them, the skinny jeans.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
What's going to happen in the fat pants, Dan?
They're going to prison with him.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one. Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
They're having a press conference after his hearing in Indianapolis, so you'll hear that all day long here on AM 560, The Answer. Today, a morning shower, a thunderstorm, otherwise mostly cloudy, breezy, a high of 76 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy, into the 50s we go. Time to turn off the AC. And then tomorrow, sunshine, a few high clouds, and a high in the low 70s. Travel times, how's the inbound Kennedy doing? Here's Jim Telemonte.
So far, so good. Amy and Dan, the Kennedy looks good. It's just 20 minutes from O'Hare to downtown. There's some heavy pockets, but no significant slowdowns. Outbound, just a little heavy around Sayre. The Edens is still fine. Inbound Eisenhower, slow Manheim to First Avenue. 31 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 30, there is a stall at York Road in the left lane. Inbound Stevenson, traffic is slow from Harlem to Kedzie. It is 40 minutes from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, Bishop Ford, both 19 minutes from I-80 to the merge. Crash on northbound Lakeshore Drive at Oakwood in the right lane. 80-94 westbound. The ramp to northbound I-65 is blocked. The trailer of a double semi is rolled over. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
So often on this show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. And on the show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. That's one of the reasons I'm involved with the new website, along with the Illinois Policy Institute, called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find information that will inform some of the policy discussions that we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we want to broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. We want to challenge accepted orthodoxies. And we also debunk some of the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask, why are the conditions the way they are, and how can those conditions be improved? So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. We're also on social media. That's upstream-ideas.com. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
If you're suffering from hearing loss, then turn up your radio, because you'll want to hear this life-changing offer. Right now, you have the chance to hear things again more clearly and crisply than you ever imagined, absolutely risk-free. You heard me right. Now you can try an amazing, life-changing technological breakthrough called Listen Clear and hear everything, absolutely risk-free. We'll even give you free shipping and free batteries for life, but you must call now. 1-800-300-3391. Listen Clear is precisely engineered by audiologists to fit your ear almost invisibly, and you can adjust it to hear more clearly wherever you are and whatever you're doing. Listen Clear is lightweight and practically invisible, so nobody will even know you're wearing it. Now you can hear everything with Listen Clear. Call for your 100% risk-free home trial with free shipping and free batteries for life. For free information, call now. 1-800-300-3391. That's 1-800-300-3391. 1-800-300-3391.
As a parent, nothing fills you with pride more than your child excelling at something that they love. For some kids, it's sports. For others, maybe photography. At Center Stage in Bloomingdale, it's dance. Children of all ages have loved and embraced dance at Center Stage Dance Studio for years. The Daily Herald recognizes year after year the benefit that dance classes provide youths. From 2-year-olds to competitive dancers, classes exist for all styles and expressions. Tap, jazz, ballet, lyrical, even hip-hop. Dancer Magazine voted Center Stage as one of the best dance studios in America. Register for fall classes today by calling 630-529-9080 or check out some pictures and an abundance of useful information at Center Stage DanceOnline.com. Find out how dance can fit into your child's life. Call 630-529-9080 or visit CenterStageDanceOnline.com. Center Stage Dance Studio is a proud supporter of AM 560's Feed the Children.
AM 560, The Answer.
Your cheating heart will tell on you.
Dan and Amy, we reported a few weeks back that Ashley Madison, a website that described itself as the most famous name in infidelity and married dating, that used to be an oxymoron, that they had been hacked, and the customer information breached. Well, now it's been posted. All 40 million users, not just email addresses, but also names and other contact information.
And credit card information.
The original data breach was first reported by security expert and blogger Brian Krebs. This is just about a month ago, July 19th. Krebs said at the time the hacker's primary complaint was that the company charges customers $19 for a full delete of a user's profile, but failed to deliver on the promise. Wow. A little lesson for you businesses out there. The customer's always right. Or if you promise to deliver something, you best deliver it in the digital age.
Didn't the hackers also want them to take down the site? And if they didn't do that, they were going to release all the information? Because clearly they didn't take down the site and they've released all the information.
Yes.
But not just the names and credit card numbers. They released, comments, what the users were wanting. Like one said, who wants to feel sexy and hot? I'm very easygoing and I'm very giving.
I want to feel sexy. One analysis of the email addresses that were posted found in the data dump some 15,000. I initially thought it was 30,000, but according to Wired.com, 15,000 email addresses that are .mil or .gov. In other words, military or government email addresses.
30,000 of them?
15,000.
15, I'm sorry. Okay.
And, this is, it's interesting how
you told me there'd be no math.
The analysis of the emails, this goes very, very fast. They should be put in charge of the Hillary Clinton emails, I think. People that are reviewing this data. 15,000.mil.gov, no count yet on the .Clinton email addresses. How many of those were customers as well?
But they're publishing what the users wrote. Another person looking for someone who isn't happy at home or just bored and looking for some excitement. I mean, this is so morally wrong. I mean, married dating? Hello? I know people cheat out there, but please. I know a lot of women, I'm sure, are going to be spending their time at work going through to make sure that their husbands aren't on this list. And if their husbands aren't on this list, if they are on the list, that they didn't use their credit card
to
pay for sex.
We'll be right back. I wonder if these hackers were dispatched by some, kind of big family law practice.
Oh,
maybe business is a little slow. And
divorce
they need
attorneys.
To, create the business. There's enterprising lawyers out there. This, I assume, will spark some conversations as information is disseminated about the customers to AshleyMadison.com. Have you ever used online dating?
Never, ever, ever.
I mean, I don't think there's anything. There's no kind of taboo about it anymore. It's so ubiquitous. I mean, legitimate online dating for single people.
Right, and there's even Christian online dating sites too that are reputable. But I mean, this is not online dating. This is online married dating. And the Ashley Madison, the owner, she said that she's gotten death threats constantly from wives who caught their husbands using the site or just random religious crazies. She describes it because it's an attack on marriage.
Religious crazies, people who think you shouldn't cheat on your spouse. Nuts!
Those people are crazy.
Where do they get these antiquated ideas? It's lunacy.
My goodness.
I don't even really understand how this site works because if you posted a profile, and if there's 40 million users, it's like the 6 degrees of bacon. How quickly does somebody see your profile who's within your social circle and report back to your spouse, unless it's like this, not to get into even more dark places here, but it's like swingers where you've got like, husband and wife doing this together, like the Craigslist other section or something. Not that I've ever frequented that.
Yeah, Dan, you seem to know a lot about this. Do tell.
I hear things from your friends. That's how I find out about this
that's
stuff.
Right. Always blame Amy's friends.
If there was ever anything that I could take back in my life, this would be it.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you have a room that has a great view to the outdoors, maybe a home office or an indoor patio, then you know summer's heat and glare can make those rooms anything but enjoyable. Fortunately, there's a solution. Solar shades and cellular shades from Blinds.com. Solar shades block that awful glare and furniture fading UV rays without blocking your view to the outdoors. Cell shades have an insulating honeycomb interior that help lower your energy bills. But the best part of solar and cell shades from Blinds.com is the price. Far less than you'll find in stores, and it couldn't be easier. In the words of one customer,
I'm a 49-year-old female, and I want to say to the ladies out there, you can do this yourself.
of course you can. Blinds.com's customer service team is with you every step of the way, and they offer free samples, free how-to videos, and free shipping. Even if you mismeasure, their Sure Fit guarantee gives you a replacement for free. So go to Blinds.com now and say goodbye to heat and glare. You'll see easy in a whole new light with Blinds.com.
For a long time, Turnkey IT has been providing solutions to AM 560 business owners. It's a name that you have come to know and trust. Boy, IT is in the news. These guys do it all, from on-site service calls and help desk to all-in networks. They have a plan that fits your company's technology needs. IRS, maybe you should call Turnkey IT. Want to move your business to the cloud? Turnkey can migrate your network to Microsoft's Office 365. Is having someone to call when you misplace a file or accidentally open that email with a virus important? Well, then Turnkey's got you covered. Is it time for all new equipment? With Turnkey's all-in plan, your business will have brand new equipment and the highest level of support you can find. Do you want professional and timely support from your IT company? Of course you do. And Turnkey is prompt and responsive to support requests, shows up on time, doesn't put your servers in bathroom closets, and provides service even after normal business hours. Turnkey IT knows your network is truly the heartbeat of your company. So focus on your business and leave the technical stuff to the pros. Visit turnkey.pro today for a plan that fits your needs. That's turnkey.pro.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Springfield has become a machine that has empowered and enriched a handful of career politicians at the expense of the hardworking men and women of Illinois. We can't continue to send politicians to Springfield and expect things to change. We need someone with courage, someone with principles, someone willing to take a stand and fight for the people of Illinois.
I'm Paul Sirwatka. As a father of four, I have real concerns about the direction of our state and what the future holds for our children. Our representatives in Springfield have failed us. For decades now, they knew the issues we faced, and out of fear, neglect, or self-serving interest, they refused to make the critical decisions necessary to address them. As a former firefighter paramedic, and in my service as a village trustee, I've proven my commitment to make the kinds of tough decisions needed to get Illinois out of the grips of the machine. This is our state. This is our home. Now is the time to take back Illinois.
Visit paulsirwatka.com and join the fight to take back our state. Paid for by Take Back Illinois with Paul Sirwatka.
AM 560, The Answer.
Sadly, summer is almost over, but there's still time to enjoy one last summer music festival. The Naperville JCs are celebrating 50 years of Last Fling this coming Labor Day weekend. This year's live performance includes Lita Ford, Bad Medicine, Chevelle, and Daughtry. Did I get it right this time?
Yeah, and you should go so that you can distinguish between the band Chevelle and Chris Daughtry in the future.
For more information and to purchase tickets, visit lastfling.org. And right now, you can be caller number 10 to win 2 free tickets to Daughtry's performance on Saturday the 5th. Again, caller number 10 to 312-642-5600 will win you a pair of tickets to Daughtry's performance at Last Fling, which is this coming Labor Day weekend. Coming up next on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Women in the Army Rangers.
Ooh, why they qualify, but why they're being kept from the battlefields, we'll explain. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. The National Weather Service has issued a flood advisory this morning for the East Branch of the DuPage River that impacts Bolingbrook this morning in Will County. And we're following a developing story in Phoenix, Arizona. A building owned by Amazon is being evacuated. Hundreds of workers there are being impacted by a 55-gallon drum of butane that is leaking. Fire officials on the scene say it could possibly explode, and again, evacuations are taking place. Police in Thailand have released a sketch of the man accused of bombing a shrine in Bangkok, killing 20. Police also say the man did not act alone and is part of a network. A gas company worker critically hurt in a Motel 6 explosion in Bremerton, Washington. The motel manager said someone came into the office last night and warned many that gas was leaking in the back of the building, and Almost all of those inside hotel rooms were evacuated before the blast occurred. Officials in Alaska say 3 men are missing in a landslide. They're presumed dead near the Alaskan coastal town of Sitka. Hillary Clinton continues to insist she did not send classified information through her private email system.
I did not send classified material, and I did not receive any material that was marked or designated classified.
In Las Vegas yesterday, New Jersey Democrat Bob Menendez coming out against the Iran nuclear deal.
This deal grants Iran permanent sanctions relief in exchange for only temporary limitations on its nuclear program.
Menendez, a former chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, longtime pitchman for the Subway sandwich chain, reportedly expected to plead guilty today to child pornography charges. 6 weeks ago, authorities raided the suburban Indianapolis home of 37-year-old Jared Fogle. The crew of the International Space Station anxiously awaiting the launch of more than 4 tons of fresh supplies, this time from Japan. Astronaut Scott Kelly.
We're in good shape right now, but if for some reason HTV didn't get here, we get pretty low on certain consumables, probably in late September, early October.
The HTV was supposed to launch over the weekend, but was delayed due to bad weather. Crews here are restoring power to thousands of customers after storms tore through the Chicago area overnight, leaving behind rain and 3/4-inch sized hail on the south side. A mother and young daughter are in critical condition. They were hit by a truck on the south side in the 6900 block of South Prairie Avenue. And Illinois will form a task force to come up with rules for the use of drones under a plan signed into law by Governor Bruce Rauner. Detroit over the Cubs, 10-8. Angels over the White Sox, 5-3. The News is a service of Lead Safe America. Do you live in an historic home renovating? Your children could be at risk of lead poisoning. It takes just a microscopic amount of lead dust to poison a child. Learn more at leadsafeamerica.org. 6:34, a check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
This election season, there's only one place in Chicago where you can weigh in with your opinion on all the candidates, from the debates to the primaries.
If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be talking about illegal immigration.
From the conventions to Election Day.
What is he for? I have no idea whether he's conservative.
We need to control our border.
It's important to be qualified.
We're your election headquarters in Chicago.
I'm a conservative, pro-life governor in a state where it's really tough to be both.
We're AM 560. The Answer.
Cornerstone National Bank believes trust, service, and relationship is the foundation of a business banking partnership. Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company, where you belong. Visit cornerstonenb.com. Member FDIC.
You've been thinking about switching to solar. Don't wait much longer or you'll miss out on this year's federal tax credit. Move quickly because the tide is turning. Solar power's becoming a threat to big energy profits. In fact, some power companies are even pushing for extra fees to make up for lost revenue. Warning, you must have your solar system up and running by midnight December 31st, or you'll miss out on this year's federal tax credit. Energy prices are expected to increase by as much as 40% in the near future. Go solar now with no down payment, interest, or payments for a whole year. You can afford it because we finance. Get your government money and save big every month. Big Energy is getting nervous and the door of opportunity is about to slam shut. Paying $150 a month or more on energy bills? Then call 1-800-MY-SOLAR now for a free in-home assessment. 1-800-MY-SOLAR.
My home, my savings. 1-800-MY-SOLAR.
6:36, and in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center, here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. 8094 westbound. The ramp to northbound I-65 is closed. Double semi-trailer. One of the trailers is rolled over, blocking that ramp. Eden's inbound, 21 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 20. Kennedy, delay start at Harlem, 24 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 25. On Eisenhower, 36 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. There's a crash at Ashland on the left shoulder, outbound 34 minutes. Stevenson, 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Lakeshore Drive, slow around Soldier Field to Jackson. Mild delays on the northbound Tri-State, 83rd to LaGrange Road, from the Stevenson to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Traffic as a service, Boys and Girls Club of America. It's 3 p.m. School's out for America's kids, and when school's out, clubs are in. It's time to support the Boys and Girls Clubs. Visit greatfutures.org. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast, a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Cloudy, breezy, high 76. Watch out for a morning shower or thunderstorm. Partly cloudy skies ahead for the overnight hours and a low of 57. 69 at O'Hare. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Autumn Leaves Memory Care Communities, now open in Glen Ellen. Take a virtual tour at autumnleaves.com.
Dan and Amy, so being reported, history in the making. First two women are set to graduate on Friday from the Army's Elite Ranger School. This is part of the Pentagon integrating women into roles in which they had not previously served. 19 women, 381 men started the Ranger class on April 20th, and 94 men and 2 women met the standards. They'll graduate at Fort Benning on Friday.
Yeah, so 2 of the Army's toughest, but their mission is far from over because they're women. And because they are women, they cannot go into combat roles. So that is, by definition, discrimination. And I think the ban needs to be lifted immediately because they proved themselves. I just want to get into what they did. So it was a 62-day course. They had to pass a test. They had to run 5 miles in under 40 minutes. They did that. They had to march 12 miles in less than 3 hours. They did that. They had to do 49 push-ups. They did that. They did their 59 sit-ups. They were just as strong as the men. 17 women started out, 2 survived.
Mm-hmm.
And they should be treated equally.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
You know, while you're kind of out there doing your Gloria Steinem routine. The story from May 9th. You ready?
Yeah.
None from first ever group of female soldiers training to be Army Rangers advanced through its first round. Explain.
That was May. In April, they started a different group that after 62 days finished fine. Oh,
No.
so you're saying that these 2 women, they're not releasing their names. They're graduating from West Point on Friday. Then they will release
I'm
their
asking you.
What?
I'm asking you to explain that. How do you explain the story that that this is the same class, 381 men, 19 women? Story, New York Daily News for the site. None from first ever group of female soldiers training to be Army Rangers advanced through first round, according to military officials. So what happened?
Do you think they fudged the numbers? Do you think that they fudged the timing of their 5-mile run?
No.
Well, I don't understand what
I'm
you're
not
saying.
making accusations. I'm asking for an explanation because we're here to celebrate this. We're here to decry discrimination, which is an assumption. I'm not making assumptions. I'm just asking for an explanation. If we're just going to celebrate things without investigation, then I'd like to understand what happened.
I listened to General Barry McAfee on NBC News last night saying that these women completed the course.
The Ranger Department maintained the same exacting standards for men and women. These 2 young West Pointers are superb athletes with great leadership skills.
And they completed the mission.
It's history. You know, we're always evolving. The Army is number 1 in making history.
Mm-hmm. Well, and this 115 men passed the first round, which consists of tests for patrolling and obstacle courses. And we'll move on to the mountaineering phase at Camp Merrill, Georgia, the Washington Post reported at the time back earlier this spring.
So this man's lying to me. He's an Army Ranger trainer.
The standards are exactly the same for both male and female Ranger students. They have to show grit and determination and put one foot in front of the other each day.
Mm-hmm.
And they said it was a historic event.
I think it's a historic moment for the military writ large.
They said it's an historic event, so it must be. Here's what I would suggest, and then I'll answer my own question. Here's what can happen with a Ranger School. You can be allowed to cycle back in and try again. So that's what happened. But I actually know someone whose son is in this Army Ranger class.
Mm-hmm.
And he completed all of the phases, and he did so successfully while carrying the heaviest pack and all the leadership skills. And you're put in swamps, and you're put in mountain areas and all those things. And he was peered out, meaning part of the process is a peer vote of your colleagues. It's a little bit like
Like
Survivor.
a reality TV show.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit is. I mean, there's arguments to be made for
Right.
that unit cohesion.
But
and
it's
the like.
physical and mental agility.
Well, right. It's not right. It's not just
So it's
physical.
not just physical.
Right. And so what could have happened is they got cycled in. They were allowed to get recycled in and try again, and that goes for men too. And they passed, and there's nothing to see here. What could also be at play, and I'm just suggesting it because I don't know.
312-642-5600.
What could
Yes.
also be at play is political correctness and the penchant to want to make history all the time. We know, and well, I can cite chapter and verse as well as you. Let's start with Fort Hood, that the U.S. military is not immune from the disease of political correctness.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Fort Hood was workplace violence, for example. So do you think that that doesn't potentially also move into the area of gender identity politics? Especially when you get a direct, especially when you, with this White House, this commander in chief. I'm not saying it because I don't know, but I'm raising the question. I'm raising the question because it's an important question, and it's not an important. It's an important question beyond these two women, beyond Army Rangers, even though this is one of the most elite units in the U.S. military. It's an important question because is our military and our military readiness, men and women, is it being compromised by political correctness? And I just want somebody to answer the question. That's all.
312-642-5600. But why would they recycle these women, put them through again? Because they still can't take the next step because the military is still determining whether or not to let them in combat roles, to let them on the front lines.
Why? You just played clips that tell you the why. Make history. Celebrate.
But they've passed the physical and mental toughness. I mean, they survived the woods, the mountains, and the swamp.
I understand, but you don't have the answer to my question, and
I don't,
and neither do I, and that's why I said it's an important question to ask.
Many military
that's all.
people continue to believe that women, lack the strength to fight and survive in the harshest conditions, and I think that these women prove themselves.
Perhaps that's true.
And they're not releasing their names yet because they haven't determined whether or not they're going to be on the front lines.
Let's go to Bill in Naperville. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah. What kind of woman wants to be in combat in the first place? What kind of woman wants to live in the bush for 2 or 3 weeks at a time and longer? You can't take a shower. Sometimes you can't brush your teeth because there's not enough water.
These aren't girly girls. I don't think these women grew up wearing dresses and playing with dolls.
Maybe these women got outed by Ashley Madison, and they needed an escape.
No, there's a lot of tough women out there. Look, I'm a feminist at heart, but if you physically cannot do the job, you can't be on the front lines. I have always maintained that. But these two women proved themselves, and they should be able to fight on the front lines.
Bill.
Ranger units are spec ops units usually now, and they do not perform normal Army functions. It's not like a supply unit. You're going to be on your own, independent.
Bill,
no hygiene. There is no feminine hygiene.
Wait a second. Bill, are you military?
Yes.
Were you a Ranger?
No, I was infantry. I trained with the Rangers often though, and they're the best guys in the Army. And we did basically the same thing. I was just in the infantry, but there is no hygiene facilities.
We don't care.
I mean, after 2 or 3 weeks, you don't want to be standing next to the guys there. I'm telling you.
I don't think these women are worried about hygiene. They're worried about protecting other American citizens. They're worried about fighting the good fight. They want to be. They're the guys. They're the women who are like men, and I applaud these women.
Well, sure. And look, as you know, I'm a feminist at heart. I don't even see gender because I live in America Redefined. Will, my name is Peggy. Will in Skokie. I think Will, if I remember correctly, your daughter's a fighter pilot, isn't she?
No, that's her husband.
Oh.
My one daughter is a serving naval officer of a combat ship, and the other one is a former Marine.
Okay.
And they both insisted, even though they didn't have to meet the male PT standards, which aren't that much higher than the females are male aren't much higher than the females. But the Marine, she could not pass the PT that was recommended for combat training. So she was a Marine and she served. And she actually was in combat, but she didn't go to combat school because that's a higher standard. And the thing is, you're seeing now that they're lowering the standards, and that's just not a good thing.
But for this Army Ranger, they did not lower the standards. They had to do exactly what the men had to do.
Amy, they lowered the standards. And I don't.
You don't
I
believe
care
General
what,
Barry McCaffrey? I do.
I don't care what they put on the news shows. I'm talking about what actually happens.
Thanks for the call. Yeah, thanks for the
Thanks.
call, Will. I appreciate it. And that's somebody with 2 daughters in the military. Interesting comment. Somebody who knows of what he speaks, I think, a little bit. Joe in Dwight, Illinois, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yes, good morning. I've been in the Army 16 years, and if they indeed did pass the same physical fitness standards, yes, they should be allowed to serve. These women do know, I'm sure they're aware, that if they are in close combat and they're captured, there are other things that will happen to them. They've decided to take that risk.
Yep.
To answer your second point about gender identity politics in the Army, yes, and the evidence of that is the attempt to admit transgenders. And my biggest problem with that is the transgender community, I've looked this up, has a 20% suicide rate, and the Army is trying its best to diminish the suicide rate. Why would you allow a group that has a 20% suicide rate to come in as part of the Army that you're trying to diminish suicides in?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Joe. Very, very good questions. Very
These
interesting
women
points.
are West Point grads. They're graduating in 2 days.
A lot of West Point grads don't make
They're
it
disciplined.
don't make it through Army Ranger
Right,
School.
but these 2 women did. I'll give you
what
my
it-
firstborn son. I swear to God.
I know everything is your women's intuition. I understand. I like evidence.
This is evidence. What more evidence do you want? Here's
You-
the
you-
LA
you-
Times
you
article.
Here's, you couldn't. They're reporting what they're being told by the military. You couldn't answer my question because you don't know.
But
I don't
you
understand.
didn't even know the answer to your own question.
No, I asked a question. That's what you do when you don't know, rather than make assumptions,
So you're
which is
saying
what you
that they
do.
put her. No, but you're.
This is
but
re-
this
yeah.
is. But you're saying no. Help me out here. You're saying that they put them back in, but that's what they do to men too. If they drop out or they can't make the requirements, they can try again.
What were their times?
I don't know, but they
Right,
had to
you
run
don't
5
know.
miles.
You
in under
don't
four-
even know. You don't
They
know.
had to run 5 miles in under 40
Here-
minutes.
here's
Maybe
what-
it was 39.2. I don't know.
Here's what you do, and it's just really, I don't understand it. You want a conclusion, so if there's an evidentiary gap, you just fill that gap with what you want to happen. That's all.
This
Fine.
information you're bringing to me, I did not know about.
I know, but
so
you
just say it again. You're telling me.
I don't need to repeat myself 4 times. There seems to be no point because we're in this
No, I'm trying
circle.
to understand this, but you're
Let's
saying
go
that men
to-
and women did drop out and they were able to go back in and try to be Army Rangers.
Paul on the South Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yes, Dan, I wanted to know if Amy could take a guess at how many women served alongside my father at the Battle of the Bulge with General Patton.
Probably 0.0.
Very good.
0.0.
Yeah, but thanks for the call, Paul. Discrimination, I'm sure. Steve in Geneva, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hey, Steve.
Yes, good morning. You're saying that the 2 women who made it are going to be graduates from West Point. Is that correct?
Yes, they graduate Friday.
Okay, there's also good coincidence that all the women that joined, only the 2 that are going to get through are West Pointers. You know what? West Pointers protect their own. The generals or colonels, they all do. I was in the military for 15 years, and I seen it during aircraft investigations, where in the case in Germany where there was a warrant officer and a commissioned officer. The commissioned officer was a graduate from West Point. The warrant officer died in the aircraft, and during the investigation, it ended up where the West Pointer was able to twist it around, and the dead man, the warrant officer, got blamed for the aircraft. He got off scot-free. And we've seen it in other cases. They circle around West Pointers. So there's a twofer right here. It's political correctness, and they're trying to go for history, but it's also coincidence that West Pointers made it, but no other women did.
All right, thanks for the call, Steve. Mike on the North Side.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I was in the Army National Guard in the early 80s, and in basic training, we had 1 female drill sergeant. Now, if you want to be a male drill sergeant, you have to max out on the physical tests. If you want to be a female drill sergeant, you only have to hit the minimum of the male tests. Now, in just basic training, it's 16 minutes for 2 miles. So the thing is, when these women got in, when they first entered Ranger training, are those the same standards as when you graduate Ranger training? Maybe they just passed the beginning standards and they let them go with that.
Well, thanks for the call, Mike. I mean, they could have got cycled back in and passed everything. I'm open to that being true, but I am skeptical.
Thank you. Really?
Which I've said 4 times, but you don't listen. You just you wait till you want to impose on me things I didn't say because you have this conclusion, and there is nothing that is going to stop you from rinsing and repeating a conclusion that you can't support. It's a very annoying habit, and it's not a particularly persuasive one. Margot and Burr Ridge, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi. I just want to say, the Rangers all depend on each other. So these men will be depending on these women in some cases. And to me, history is not made with the social stuff that Obama is doing. History is made by people like the Rangers at Normandy. And I don't know if Amy has been there or has seen the situation or knows this, but the first wave, every one of them died. Mm-hmm. Every Ranger that attempted to get up that hill at Omaha Beach died. And most of the waves. A few made it. They were the ones that led the victory.
And I think these women who passed the test, in my mind, in my information that I've received, I think that they're willing to die and do the same thing to help their fellow soldiers.
Are they willing to kill their compatriots because they're not up to
snuff? They did 27 days of mock combat patrols. They properly vetted each other out. As Dan said, they voted each other out, and some stayed in. And I think that these women are willing and ready to fight just like the men are.
Thanks for the call, Margot. Bob and Waukegan.
Yeah, I was in the United States Marine Corps from 1972 to 1976, and I say kudos to the women. If they pass the test and earn the berets, they should be held to a lofty position and put in positions that reflect that. But I would not want women in combat, and it has nothing to do with the women. It has to do with the men. When I was in the Marine Corps, I was promoted to room corporal or head of the room when I was 19 years old. I had guys in there that were 28. They were so immature, it was incredible. I mean, how the hell can a 19-year-old be promoted to the room authority when I'm 19, for God's sakes? I served 4 years, and 18, 19, 20-year-olds are so damn immature. If you put them in combat with a woman, it's going to be a mess. And it's not the women's fault, it's the men's fault.
Thanks for the call, Bob.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Your forecast, a morning shower, a thunderstorm, otherwise mostly cloudy, a high of 76 degrees. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim.
Amy, westbound 8094, the ramp to northbound I-65 is closed. The rollover semi-trailer. The Edens is 21 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 22. The Kennedy, 26 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 30. Eisenhower, 36 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 34. The Stevenson, 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 39. Ryan, 28 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 27 minutes, I-80 to the Merge. A crash just cleared near the Ryan. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
She gets a Purple Heart. ChicagoRadioDeals.com can help you spiff up your home and auto. Be sure to get your car shiny and ready to cruise the roads for summer travel. A full-service car wash package includes a wash vacuum window dash wipe down. This is at Fuller's Car Wash of Elk Grove Village. $18 deal just for $10. Also, you can go to ChicagoRadioDeals.com to check out the deals from the Grout-Matic. They're offering a shower touch-up that includes a steam clean of your shower tile and grout, or to help a floor package with your kitchen or bathroom floor tile. Each deal $110, normally $250. Find it all at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
I got a text from a friend who's in the know on this topic of the women Army Rangers. They pushed them through and told me none of them carried the heavy weapons. This is what I'm talking about, unanswered questions. Now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, sponsored by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Fed minutes, corporate developments, and economic reports all driving action on Wall Street today. Those stories next.
Honey, I'm really worried about our retirement funds.
Oh, me too. We lost so much value in the recession in the stock market. I'm worried we won't have enough to retire.
Jim next door told me that he had set up a new kind of IRA with the Gold Silver Group. He said how simple and safe it was. It's a private storage IRA, and we could have real gold and silver in our hands.
Really? You mean we can actually see it and touch it?
Absolutely. Jim said we could have all the benefits of an IRA to help build our retirement income. Bottom line, we would own a real tangible asset, and we would have the security of knowing we're protected no matter what the economy does. What do you think?
I think we need to find out how to get our own private storage IRA. We need to call the Gold Silver Group right now.
Are you ready to protect your future? Call 800-425-6588 now to find out how easy and safe it is to set up a private storage IRA with Gold Silver Group, and find out how you can qualify for up to $700 in free silver. All transactions are privately delivered and fully insured. Please call us now. 800-425-6588. 800-425-6588.
The Federal Reserve, inflation data, and corporate developments driving forces on Wall Street today. American Eagle, Lowe's, Staples, and Target all posting their earnings ahead of the opening bell. Wall Street reacting to the latest report on consumer prices, taking into consideration as well Japanese trade data. The crude market in focus today ahead of the Energy Department's weekly report on crude oil. An expected weekly decline in crude oil supply since September crude prices higher yesterday, settling above $42 a barrel. The biggest market driver today may be the minutes from the Federal Reserve's July policy meeting. Investors looking for any indication that the committee members will raise interest rates next month. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight on the Fox Business Network, 7 and 11 Eastern. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
What to do about a problem named Sideshow Donald? What would William F. Buckley have done? We'll have the answer at 7:07.
And then Ambassador John Bolton will join us to talk all things Iran at 7:37. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're following right now. Storms leave thousands without power, and perhaps some showers and thunderstorms on the way this morning as well. A young mother and daughter hit by a semi-truck on the south side of Chicago. We'll have details on that developing story. A terrorism suspect is charged in an inmate's death. The CTA to add faster service for Ashland and Western Avenues with their buses. We'll have details on that story. Tigers outslugged the Cubs, and the Angels knocked off the White Sox last night. That Cubs contest was delayed by rain at least twice. Morning shower or thunderstorm in your forecast. Otherwise, a cloudy, breezy day ahead will top out at 76 degrees. Complete look at your weather forecast comes up after Fox News on AM 560. WIND Chicago News Time is 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. What Viagra does for men, a new pill is designed to do for women, winning FDA approval. But it doesn't work the same way, and some critics say might not work at all. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland, live in Washington.
The pink pill. Addie is supposed to boost sex drive in women. Dr. Lisa Dabney treats women in New York City.
I certainly have many patients coming in asking me all the time, is there something to help me with my reduced libido?
While Viagra works by increasing blood flow, Addie works on neurotransmitters in a woman's brain. Doctors caution there are side effects, and the pill even comes with a black box warning about mixing it with alcohol because it could cause serious drops in blood pressure and fainting. Lisa.
Thanks, Rachel. Another key Senate Democrat comes out against the Iran nuclear deal. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez saying it doesn't prevent a nuclear-armed Iran.
In fact, it authorizes and supports the very roadmap Iran will need to arrive at its target.
He joins New York's Chuck Schumer in opposition. 23 Senate Democrats supporting the deal so far. The suspect in a Bangkok shrine bombing now suspected of being part of a network, and he's still on the loose. Fox News Radio's Simon Owen with this live.
Lisa, 2 days after the blast which killed 20 people, Thai police issuing an arrest warrant for a suspect they describe as a foreign man. They've released a sketch, but they've no name or nationality. They say he may be mixed race, and they've suggested he may have been in disguise. One thing they are convinced of, according to Thailand's police chief, is that the bomber wasn't working alone, but others must have helped the attacker disappear. There's been no claim of responsibility. Lisa.
Thanks, Simon. Late reports of a possible shooting around the palace in Istanbul. Emergency crews descending in the area. A suspected gas explosion levels part of a Motel 6 in Bremerton, Washington. The manager able to pull a fire alarm and get everyone out after someone reported smelling gas. Fair and balanced.
Cloudy and 71 degrees, 7:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. National Weather Service has a flood advisory up for the east branch of the DuPage River this morning, and crews are working to restore power for thousands after storms tore through the Chicago area overnight. 1 to 3 inches of rain fell across many parts of the Chicago area, and heavy rain and strong winds reportedly caused damage in southeastern Wisconsin. There are reports this morning that a tornado may have touched down in the Lake Geneva area overnight. Illinois Senate President John Cullerton says votes to override some of Governor Rauner's vetoes could come this week. One of them is Rauner's rejection of a bill that would send state contracts deadlocked to binding arbitration while blocking strikes and lockouts. Bruce Rauner yesterday sent a memo to Illinois lawmakers imploring them not to overturn his dismissal of that legislation and appealed to the Senate not to go ahead with the vote yesterday here on AM 560.
Basically, what this bill does is take away my ability to negotiate on behalf of the taxpayers of Illinois and turns over the new contract for ASTR into the hands of an unelected bureaucratic arbitrator who almost all of them have labor union backgrounds. So the system is rigged against taxpayers.
The state's contract with members of AFSCME expired June 30th. Mother and her young daughter are in critical condition after being struck by a semi-tractor trailer on the south side. Regina Holloway was pushing 2-year-old Angela Holloway in a stroller when they were struck by the truck and pinned underneath in the 6900 block of South Prairie Avenue. A man accused of stabbing 4 people on an Amtrak train in southwestern Michigan is scheduled for trial in November. Dates were set during a hearing for Michael Williams yesterday. A judge ruled in March he was mentally incompetent for trial, but later found competent after receiving medications and treatment. That train began in Chicago and was bound for Port Huron, Michigan. 21-year-old suburban Chicago man awaiting trial on terror charges faces new allegations of attacking a fellow inmate who his attorney says taunted him with a cartoon drawing of the Prophet Muhammad. Adel Daoud attended a hearing yesterday in Chicago federal court. Tigers beat the Cubs in a rain-delayed contest yesterday, 10-8. Angels over the White Sox 5-3. And at 7:04, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The FICO score is not really even a good indication that you pay your debts back.
Dave Ramsey.
What it's an indication of is, do you love debt? And are you planning on staying in debt continually, forever? If you're running around trying to build your FICO score and you call that winning with money, you're stupid. Was I unclear? I hope not. Because you're not winning with money. That's the point.
It's the Dave Ramsey Show, tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
What would an extra $250 a month mean to you? For some, it's a little financial breathing room. For others, it's a car payment, a home repair, or help with college tuition. Hi, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans, and I've got some great news if you're looking to save money on your mortgage. All it takes is a simple phone call to Quicken Loans at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. Folks who refinance with HARP can save an average of $250 a month. That's $3,000 a year. Our home loan experts fully understand the HARP guidelines, and they'll walk you through our streamlined process. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
7:05. Let's get an update on the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Westbound 8094, the ramp to northbound I-65 is closed. Rollover semi-trailer. Eden's inbound, 21 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 22. Inbound Kennedy, delays start around Irving Park. It's 28 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 30. The Eisenhower, 38 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop. It's a crash at Holman on the right side. Outbound 34 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, about 40 minutes either way between 355 and Lakeshore Drive. Ryan is 28 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow Southwest Highway to 47th and from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Southbound 53, a little heavy, Palatine Road to Kirchhoff. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast That is a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A morning shower or thunderstorm around, otherwise mostly cloudy and breezy today, high 76. Partly cloudy night, low 57. Sunny to partly cloudy tomorrow with a refreshing breeze, high of 73. Then clear at night, low 56. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
69 right now at O'Hare, 71 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Kelly Financial Services, helping you secure your financial future today. Visit kellyfinancialservicesinc.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
In a first for the Army's elite Ranger School, a pair of women have just made history by proving they belong among the best of the best. But whether they will actually be allowed on the front lines with their male counterparts is still a matter open to debate.
Hillary Rodham Clinton's secret email server scandal just keeps getting worse every day. Reports now say the number of email flagged as potentially containing classified information has grown to 305.
Well, my personal emails are my personal business, right?
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. A timely question, James Toronto asks in the Wall Street Journal. What would WFB do about one Sideshow Donald, WFB, of course, referring to William F. Buckley Jr., the godfather of the modern conservative movement? By the way, I highly recommend Best of Enemies, a documentary that's out now about the 1968 debates during the Democrat and Republican conventions between Bill Buckley and Gore Vidal. It was very well done. What would William F. Buckley do? And so Trump supporters, here you go. Here's more red meat to attack everybody who doesn't sign on to Donald Trump as a rhino, as an establishment tool, as not getting it. 312-642-5600. Bill Buckley actually did opine on Donald Trump in politics before his passing. This was in the March-April 2000 issue of Cigar Aficionado, the year Trump unsuccessfully sought the Reform Party's nomination.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, forget about Donald Trump.
Was that his first attempt?
Storied history.
To be pres?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah. Buckley wrote, look for the narcissist. The most obvious target in today's lineup is, of course, Donald Trump.
Oh.
When he looks at a glass, he is mesmerized by its reflection. If Donald Trump were shaped a little differently, he would compete for Miss America.
Oh, instead he just owns the pageant.
Yeah. And he also goes to Trump's value prop to the extent that one is discernible. Buckley continues, whatever the depths of self-enchantment, the demagogue has to say something, so what does Trump say? That he's a successful businessman, and that is what America needs in the Oval Office. There is some plausibility in this, though not much. The greatest deeds of American presidents, midwifing the new republic, freeing the slaves, harnessing the energies and vision needed to win the Cold War, had little to do with the bottom line. So what else can Trump offer us? Well, to begin with, a self-financed campaign. Does it follow that all who finance their own campaigns are narcissists? And Buckley answers that question. No, it does not. Steve Forbes is a good counterexample. But this was a diagnosis of Donald Trump 15 years ago during his first foray. Trump, the comparison is made, Trump exercising the John Birch Society from the conservative movement back in the 60s. And is there any conservatives that can remove Donald Trump, excommunicate him from the conservative movement? And there have been efforts. And so since we talk about those supporting Trump or countenancing Trump, including popular pundits, talk show hosts like a Rush Limbaugh, like
Sean Hannity,
like an Ann Coulter. On the other side, a lot of conservative columnists and thinkers, Bill Bennett, David Brooks, Mona Charen, Charles Cook, Michael Gerson, Jonah Goldberg, Victor Davis Hanson, Charles Krauthammer, Matt Lewis, Rich Lowry, Michael Medved, Dana Perino, John Podhoretz, Jennifer Rubin, Kevin Williamson, Max Boot, have all...
Dan Proft.
Well, I don't belong in that category, but those are individuals who I think have pretty substantial conservative bona fides who've weighed in on Donald Trump and offered a version of what Bill Buckley said or a version of the Sideshow Donald indictment that I have offered based on the merits, based on what Donald is saying versus what he does, what he is saying right now versus what he was saying 5 minutes ago. And how could you trust Donald Trump even if you buy the premise that he is a completely independent actor, not beholden to lobbyists and the Washington Beltway interests and all of that? Just on the merits, how could you trust him to do anything he says he would do, because 5 minutes later he's going to be saying, I would do the exact opposite thing?
Do you trust him with a nuclear weapon? I mean, George Will posed that question on Fox's Fox Sunday Morning with Chris Wallace, said that I wouldn't trust him with national security measures. But as a conservative, Dan, is there anything redeeming about Donald Trump? Is there anything conservative about Donald Trump that you can see so far?
Well, one of the redeeming things, I liked the Trump helicopter hovering over Hillary at the Iowa State Fair. I thought that was a nice touch. I like.
Was that conservative or was that vengeful?
Well, I think, I like campaign theatrics as much as the next guy, and anything that's sticking it to the other side, which is what Trump is doing. I mean, I think Walter Russell Mead has this sussed up very, very well. He wrote a piece we referenced earlier, it was last week, in The American Interest, where he talked about this populist nihilism that is a strain of thinking within the Republican primary electorate at this point. Some Democrats, too, that like Trump. But essentially, it's the idea, is Trump a sham? Yeah, maybe. But you know what? The whole thing is a sham, and Trump's the only one saying the whole thing's a sham.
Well, he takes the seriousness out of politics because now he's turning it into a reality TV show, which he told Chuck Todd, no, this isn't a reality TV show. But also, I really do believe this is hurting the Republican Party. It is. I don't care. It's harder to be a Republican because a lot of people say, oh, Republicans, if you're not, all racists are Republicans.
Oh, well, they've been
that whole thing. They've been saying that, but
they've been saying that for decades. That's the only thing the left has is everybody's a racist, everybody's a misogynist. If you don't agree with big government and redefining America culturally, then you're a racist.
Not
and
all Republicans are racist, but all racists are Republicans. Blah 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 blah. But when Donald Trump reveals this plan of taking families out of this country, maybe that's part of the plan is to deport 11 to 12 million people.
Well,
that doesn't help the Republican Party.
Yeah, that gives Donald Trump too much credit for like a sobriety of planning. George Will had a column this week in which he wrote, in every town large enough to have 2 traffic lights, there's a bar at the back of which sits the local Donald Trump, nursing his 5th beer and innumerable delusions. Because the actual Donald Trump is wealthy, he can turn himself into an unprecedentedly and incorrigibly vulgar presidential candidate. As Toronto writes, Trump is a blowhard, not a fanatic. And one reason that there hasn't been a Buckley-esque essay on the question of Donald Trump is that his ideas are too insubstantial to subject to withering analysis.
Believe me.
I agree with that. And that's, by the way, how do you know this will work? Because Donald Trump says, I'm the best. Yeah. It's going to be the best. Just believe me. And that's the funny thing about it. Just believe Donald Trump. What should we believe about you, Mr. Trump? What you said yesterday, what you said last month, what you said last year, or what you're saying now, or what you're going to say tomorrow that contradicts what you're saying now. Believe you.
Yeah, that's what he said yesterday when a Hispanic reporter asked him, how are you going to deport 12 million people? He's like, oh, we'll just get it done. You just watch.
Believe me.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Larry the Cable Guy of politics. Okay. Get her done. Vin in St. Charles, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Amy says that Trump hurts the Republican Party. We've been voting these guys in for years, listening to them tell us they were going to do things, and they don't. How can he hurt the Republican Party any more than Mark Kirk and John Boehner and Mitch McConnell and the list goes on and on.
Because he's talking about taking 12 million people out of this country, and a lot of registered voters have loved ones who will be ripped out of their bedrooms in the middle of the night, maybe, or maybe taken out at church, or maybe at school, and they care about that issue.
And
they'll make it their life's mission to make sure that Donald Trump is beaten.
One at a time. Well, Vin, go ahead. Vin, go ahead.
The Democrats take people out of their beds in the middle of the night like Elian Gonzalez. Republicans don't do that.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying Donald Trump said that that's one of his missions.
Vin, thanks for
one of his projects.
Thanks for the call. And what Vin said at the outset, these other Republicans who've betrayed who they said they would be when they were elected, that's what is fueling the rise of Donald Trump. But I don't get it, apparently, according to Ed. Ed, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you may be missing the point here.
Okay.
I think
right now there's a growing movement in this country amongst independents for sure and Republicans, a certain percentage of Republicans and Democrats, to get rid of all these career politicians. And I'm a liberal, and I support Donald Trump. I'm putting him over Bernie Sanders because Trump is the only guy who stood up and said, I'm going to get rid of these illegals. I'm going to keep them out and kick them out. And I agree with him.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Ed. Appreciate it. It's interesting. Mark Stein wrote about this week. Bipartisan extremism, which seems like a paradox on its face, but it turns out that a lot of people are like Trump. They have wildly disparate views that are without foundation. So on the one hand, they could embrace Obamacare. On the other hand, they could want to deport 12 million people. And you just had an example of this here. This is why it's not easy to categorize either Donald Trump or what's going on.
Single issue voters?
Well, they're not single issue voters. That's the whole point. How, reconcile someone who believes in big government Obamacare, but so believes in liberal policies, but otherwise is quote unquote conservative when it comes to, for example, immigration. It's not so easy to just draw a straight line. That's the point, and that's part of Trump's appeal, I suppose, is that he's a reflection of some of the muddled thinking that's in the body politic more generally. Candace and DuPage.
Hi, Amy. You're making me so mad this morning. You keep bringing up those 12 million people. Nobody's going to take out 12 million people, but one thing I do believe that Trump would have the gall to do is finally build a fence because he is a project manager, construction guy. And I don't think that would be very hard for him to do. But I also think this anchor baby thing is ridiculous. I mean, I was listening to Mark Levin last night. The way that, it's been interpreted is completely false. And it's disgusting that people come into this country in their 7th or 8th month just have a baby and then demand,
dual citizenship, yeah.
That we need in this country. It's disgusting. It can't keep happening. And you can't keep growing that base of people who want stuff and expect stuff and then think that we're going to keep, winning an election. You have to start thinking about your savings and your child's college and what is going to happen in my retirement if these Bolsheviks.
Well, why do we let them come in to have their babies?
Thanks for the call,
they're
Candace.
all-inclusive vacations where people in Europe come to New York or to Chicago and have their babies here so that they can have dual citizenship. I think that's more of a problem than anchor babies. I mean, than the other form with the people in Mexico walking across the Rio Grande and giving birth.
Well, so but you incentivize the behavior by rewarding it is the point. So you have to change the incentives to change the behavior. John,
can we get to the travel agency who's offering this package?
Do travel agents still exist?
Yeah.
John in Lake Bluff, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Maybe
John
you're not.
is not in Chicago's Morning Answer. Sean from Elmwood Park is.
I don't think Buckley would have called him a clown, and I don't think he would have called him a sideshow. And I watched almost every one of his shows.
He did actually. He did actually, Sean. He called him a demagogue.
Well, that's not a clown or a sideshow. You can be. Is there a bigger demigod than Obama? Is there a bigger demigod?
That's not the
than
comparison.
So, no, here's my thing. I can argue against Donald Trump just as much as I can argue for him. My number one pick is Ted Cruz. That being said, I would gladly vote for a Trump over 80% of the Republicans who are really Fabian socialists. George Will called me a kamikaze conservative when Ronald Reagan ran.
That's true.
All right. And these other pundits, you say, they are embracing the new Republican era, which is Fabian socialism. Donald Trump is weak because he doesn't mention the Constitution. If you want to tear Donald Trump apart, you show that he is really a John F. Kennedy Democrat. That being said, I can tolerate a John F. Kennedy Democrat because a John F. Kennedy Democrat is a capitalist, and number one, he's a patriot. That is far different than a Fabian socialist, which is John Kasich, which is Chris Christie, which is clearly the incompetent fraud Jeb Bush. And that call you got from that liberal on the north side of Chicago is the most important call you got today, because what Donald Trump is doing is he's getting the Democrats who are not socialists. If you're a working Democrat, and you're not a socialist or a communist, you have nobody. But here you have this guy who's not offending you with some of your social beliefs. What he is telling you is he wants to make us great again. Donald Trump could be the greatest stalking horse if you play the cards right. But if pundits continue to call this guy a clown, you're just solidifying the loyalty that people feel towards him. It is the wrong approach, and it makes people sound like ivory tower elitists. It's wrong.
Thanks for the call, Sean. You're always the most important call of the day. Theodore and Joliet, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Oh, no. I'm following Sean. I'm going to sound like an idiot no matter what I say. Oh, my gosh.
Risk it.
Anyhow, I would like to ask Amy if she has a lock on the front door of her house, because that's all Donald wants to do.
Yeah, well, I've lived in the border. You're going to build a wall, they'll dig a tunnel, they'll start using drones or parachute jumping into the U.S. I mean, good luck. He went to Laredo for, 20 minutes, and he thinks that he's an expert now on border security. I mean... Thanks for the call, Theodore. And then he said that he's going to have Mexico pay for it. Mm-hmm.
Mark in Bolingbrook.
Checks in the mail.
Hey, Dan, I've got a question for you again. If it comes down to Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton, are we going to have to endure a Dan Proft suicide watch? Are we going to have to talk you off the rooftop?
Yes, I'm going to need to be in a salt cave somewhere. Thanks for the call,
Mark.
We'll
put you in a catatonic state.
Yeah, seriously, wake me up after November.
I apologize when I'm wrong, but I haven't been wrong.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Cloudy start to your day, but nothing like last night. That's out of the area, thank goodness. But we do have a chance of a quick passing shower or thunderstorm. It will be cool, breezy, a high only of 76 degrees. Tonight we go into the 50s, so you can turn off your air conditioning and open up those windows. And then tomorrow, sunny to partly cloudy.
Air conditioning is sexist.
Oh, yeah, that's right. A high of 73 degrees tomorrow. Let's get the travel times, how the inbound Ike is shaping up with the Jane Byrne construction. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. Good morning. Inbound Eisenhower. Looking at delays starting around St. Charles. It's 38 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 34. There'll be some major work on the Byrne Circle this weekend. In fact, tonight, the ramp from the inbound Kennedy to the eastbound side of Congress, that's going to be closing. There'll be more closures over the weekend. For now, though, it's looking pretty good. The outbound side of the Ike has just a 5-minute delay from Laramie to Des Plaines Avenue. Eden's inbound, 20 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 22. The Kennedy, 28 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 30. Stevenson, about 40 minutes either way between 355 and Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-States, though Southwest Highway 47th, the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I know you want to work with a Chicagoland real estate agent with qualified buyers who can guarantee to sell your home. That's why you should call Saul Z and the Z team. The average agent sells 8 homes a year. As a top agent with great marketing, Saul averages over 300. 29 days pass without a sale on your listing, Saul will buy it. And working with Saul won't obligate you to anything. If you aren't happy, just cancel the contract. For example, Jason had his Hinsdale home on the market for 10 months with another agent. He switched the listing to Saul, and in a very short time, the home sold for $806,000, a full $37,000 above the original list price. The Wall Street Journal ranks Saul among the top 250 agents in the country. I know I'll be calling Saul when I am ready to sell my well-appointed condominium or buy a new home. Go to callsaul.net, that's Saul, S-A-U-L.net, to find out what your home's worth, or call Saul directly at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666, and start packing.
If you're looking to improve your child's academic education and attitude toward life, Christian Liberty Academy, based in Arlington Heights, has provided thousands of children in preschool through 12th grade with a superior, accredited, and affordable Christian education since 1968. The Academy offers a spacious and well-equipped campus, dynamic math and computer classes, art and music instruction, as well as comprehensive sports programs and after-school care services. The teaching staff at Christian Liberty is comprised of people who take a genuine and personal interest in each of their students and make it a point to give them the individualized attention that they need. Call the Academy at 847-385-2013 to schedule a tour, or visit ChristianLibertyAcademy.com. That's ChristianLibertyAcademy.com. Don't let another week go by before you get serious about finding the proper school environment for each of your children. The summer is slipping away and registrations are filling up fast in many grades. So contact Christian Liberty Academy today and give your children a great foundation for learning and for life.
At LifeQuotes.com, we've solved the worst problem there is with buying life insurance, the medical exam. At LifeQuotes.com, you can instantly compare the rates of 50 leading life insurance companies and buy online from the company of your choice. For example, a healthy male, age 30, can now apply for $400,000 of high-quality, no-exam term life insurance for less than $35 per month. Females pay even less. LifeQuotes.com is online, private, and convenient. Want more good news? Life insurance rates are now at all-time lows. At LifeQuotes.com, we make it easy to search the life insurance market in seconds, view the lowest possible rates, and apply online to the company of your choice. Visit LifeQuotes.com today to see how much you could save. Plan availability varies by state. LifeQuotes.com or call us at 1-800-640-LIFE. That's 1-800-640-LIFE.
Painting is personal. That's why I chose CertaPro to do some painting for me. And it's not too late to get on CertaPro's painting schedule. Get your home looking picture perfect for fall football and entertaining. And now is also the perfect time to get the exterior painting off your to-do list. Schedule your exterior painting to coincide with your summer vacation. You'll come back renewed and refreshed to a fresh new coat of paint on your home. With CertaPro, you get the best of both worlds. CertaPro is the biggest painting company in America, yet they're also your neighborhood painter. They bring expertise, security, and quality to ensure your complete satisfaction for a job you can count on and be proud of and want to show off. Let CertaPro's color specialists help make your home a personal expression of you. When the painters come, they move the furniture, they paint, they clean up. And when they finish painting, they move everything back so quiet they wouldn't wake a baby. I've chosen CertaPro, and you should too. Go to CertaPro.com. That's CertaPro.com, Certa with a C. Or call 1-800-GO-CERTA, 1-800-GOCERTA, CertaPro, because painting, it's personal.
Are you at risk of identity theft? Yes. A new identity theft happens every 2 seconds. Does giving out your social security number increase risk? Yes. Putting personal information out there increases risk. If you forget your significant other's birthday, are you at risk of getting the silent treatment? Probably. No one likes having their birthday forgotten. But it won't increase the risk of identity theft. Unfortunately, things like shopping and breaches will. That's why LifeLock goes beyond free services that simply monitor credit, from detecting threats to helping resolve issues if your identity is ever compromised. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but LifeLock has proprietary technology to detect threats and a dedicated resolution staff to help restore your good name. Is getting the silent treatment fun? No, but it's a walk in the park compared to having your identity stolen. Protection starts at $9.99 a month. For 10% off, go to LifeLock.com and use promo code NEWS.
This is Michelle DeVal from DeVal Jewelers. I'm thrilled to tell you about our great selection and prices on stackables, bracelets, mother's rings, and of course our amazing choice of diamond and gold jewelry. Go ahead, Dennis, you're anxious to say something.
It's also gratifying when listeners come in and remember Reno, Donna, and of course yours truly from our Belmont Central store in the old neighborhood. And don't let me forget to mention our GIA and EGL diamonds at amazing internet prices.
Whether you're a previous customer or a new one, we have been Chicagoland's family jeweler for over 100 years. We take pride in having the perfect jewelry selection for every budget and taste preference.
And no matter where you live in Chicagoland, we are easy to get to and worth the drive. DeVal Jewelers is just south of the Kennedy on Harlem in Harwood Heights. Call us at 708-867-8200.
That's 708-867-8200, and our website is DAVALLE.com.
DeVal Jewelers, more bling.
And less sting.
AM 560, The Answer.
Need some extra cash in your pocket? Answer a few simple questions, and you could win $5,000. 5 large. Just let us know how we can make our radio station more impactful. Enter to win now at 560theanswer.com, keyword survey.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, former ambassador to the UN, our good friend John Bolton will be here. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. We have 70 degrees outside. Clouds rolling through the area this morning. The National Weather Service has a flood advisory up for the east branch of the DuPage River, impacting Bolingbrook this morning. A Japanese rocket loaded with cargo speeding to the International Space Station. The HTV-5 rocket lifted off about 6:50 this morning. On its 5-day trip to the orbiting station, the rocket will arrive early on Monday morning. Police in Alabama this morning say a 2-year-old boy may have shot and killed his father. Detectives in suburban Birmingham say a woman came home yesterday finding her 31-year-old husband dead of a gunshot wound to the head. Police say the father and toddler were the only ones in the apartment, and there's no evidence of a break-in. Former Subway spokesman Jared Fogle apparently taking a plea deal in a child pornography case. Fogle is expected to plead guilty to charges of possession of child pornography, an agreement that could be announced today. Republican presidential candidate Scott Walker rolling out a plan to replace Obamacare.
We found an effective way to do that doesn't add to our debt and our deficit problems, provides massive tax relief, and puts ultimately all of you and all the rest of the people across America back in charge of their health care decisions.
Walker campaigning in Minnesota, predicting premiums would fall under his plan. 3 are presumed dead after rain caused 6 landslides in southeast Alaska. Emergency responders are still searching for a construction crew. Heavy rain has caused major flooding over the past few days. Heavy rain and strong winds may have led to storm damage in southeast Wisconsin, and a tornado may have touched down in Lake Geneva. Here in Chicago, a man who received a large settlement after his murder conviction was overturned is now being accused of shooting a man. Police say Thaddeus Jimenez shot a man in the legs Monday on the northwest side. The reported gang member was arrested following a police chase. Michael Jordan said in Chicago federal court yesterday he would not have entered into a deal with Dominick's even if the grocery store chain had asked. Basketball player telling jurors he's suing Dominick's now because his image is precious and it was used without permission in that 2009 ad. Tigers over the Cubs 10-8. Angels over the White Sox 5-3. The news a service of Boys and Girls Clubs of America. It's 3 p.m. School's out for America's kids, and when school's out, clubs are in. It's time to support the Boys and Girls Clubs. Visit greatfutures.org. Our time is 7:33, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
This year, take your fantasy draft to Buffalo Wild Wings, the only place as obsessed with football as you are. Wall-to-wall TVs, great food, and excellent drinks. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-573-2467. That's 1-800-573-2467. 1-800-573-2467. Or go to SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
Hey, if your company manufactures or markets pharmaceuticals, biologics, medical devices, or APIs, you know the challenges of systems integration, FDA compliance, and staffing. To gain access to Chicagoland's top life sciences engineering, quality assurance, project management, regulatory, software, and validation professionals, you need the experts at Automated Systems, Inc. All of ASI's resources are degreed professionals with decades of industry experience in manufacturing, automation, and FDA compliance. ASI is retained by all of Chicagoland's Fortune 500 life science companies to successful startups. For over a quarter of a century, ASI has excelled through a culture of execution and client success. For information about staffing or a no-obligation compliance or automation evaluation, call Laz at Automated Systems toll-free at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit AutomatedSYS.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
Well, I had back pain for the last 40 years. 4 days after I started taking this stuff, it's gone.
This summer was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
It's fantastic. My husband is loving the product. I'm so happy that I ordered it.
Yeah, I haven't got sick in a year, first time in my life.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
It is 7:36. Let's get an update on the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Westbound 8094, the ramp to northbound I-65 is closed with a rollover semi-trailer. The Edens inbound is 22 minutes. Lycook to Montrose outbound now 27. Kennedy, 32 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 37. Mount Eisenhower, 40 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, and outbound 39. Stevenson, 40 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 41. Ryan is 23 minutes. 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow from Southwest Highway to 47th. Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. On Veterans Memorial, slow out into the Reagan Tollway and Butterfield to Roosevelt. Traffic service for the city of Chicago and Cook County. Suspicious activity can be found anywhere. Help keep our community safe. Call 855-RPRT-2S4. You see something, say something. From the Chicago Office of Emergency Management and Communications and the Cook County Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast, a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Morning shower or storm could roll through the area. Otherwise, a cloudy, breezy day ahead, high 76, 57 overnight. 71 at O'Hare. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. HealthQuest Radio is heard Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock here on AM 560, The Answer.
Stan and Amy, and another leading Senate Democrat, at least when it comes to the area of national security, Bob Menendez from New Jersey, has come out against the Iran deal. We've got some local liberal congressmen like Mike Quigley who hasn't come out against the deal, but he's unwilling to sign on in support of it. So there's some...
Yeah, his people told me yesterday he still needs his 60 days to decide.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Meanwhile...
Or be convinced.
Yeah. Wait to see how...
Get a bag of cash.
How painful the screws are that are turned on him by the White House as need be. But for more on kind of where that stands and the implications as we wait for Congress to come back from its August recess and address this issue formally, we're now joined by our friend, former ambassador to the UN, John Bolton, now a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. Ambassador Bolton, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Oh, glad to be with you. Thanks for having me.
So I know the Menendez announcement that he opposed the deal doesn't come as much of a surprise. He's been fairly critical of the prospect of the deal all the way along. But did you get the sense in D.C. that there really is a shift where, particularly with some of these campaigns by veterans talking about the money that is being freed up for Iran to use to engage in terrorism against U.S. military is actually moving opinion on Capitol Hill?
Well, unfortunately, I don't see much evidence of that, and a lot of money's been spent, but I'm not sure it's going to have much effect. I think if you had to bet today, and this is certainly contrary to the outcome I'd like to see, but if you had to bet today, I think you'd bet that an Obama veto of a resolution of disapproval would be sustained, meaning that Obama would then be free to lift the sanctions pursuant to the Vienna Agreement. I think what they're really fighting on in the Senate is whether they can get enough votes to sustain a filibuster so that it never comes to a vote to begin with, meaning Congress passes no resolution, it never goes to Obama's desk, there's never a veto. That's harder because the opponents of the Vienna deal need 67 to override a veto. They only need 60 to blow through a filibuster, and that's what I think, at least in the Senate, they're fighting over now.
What do you think of John Kerry's absurd assertion that the United States has perfect knowledge of Iran's nuclear program?
It's absurd. You're exactly right. Look, I mean, if we've learned anything in the past 15 years, it's that we ought to be a little humble about our intelligence capabilities. You know, why didn't you just say it's a slam dunk? We'll know about it. You know, let's give him copies of prior statements by people in the Bush administration about how certain they were about what Iraq was up to. And, you know, for every advance in intelligence gathering capabilities, and I have to say, as somebody who's benefited from the production over the years that our intelligence capabilities have given us, it's something to behold. I wish the American people could know what we could do. They'd be so proud of our of the people working on it in the intelligence community. But with every advance comes a counter defense camouflage technique by people who are trying to obscure their illicit efforts. And Iran has watched this very carefully. I'm sure they're getting a lot of help from Russia and China. You know, I'd like to think we know everything that goes on in the world. There's some people who think NSA already does. It's not true.
And I'll tell you, too, it's just it's really breathtaking to watch the Iranian response as this deal is theoretically pending, assuming money isn't already being moved, Iran isn't already making their plans, which I presume that they are. But yesterday, an Iranian video release that imagines an Islamic takeover of Jerusalem and reiterates the call that Israel must be obliterated. And this is just to be characterized as, domestic politics and so much pandering to the base, as it were, in Iran.
Well, sure. That's what the liberals believe. That's what they do in this country. So, of course, they believe everybody does it everywhere else in the world. But, in fact, we're seeing what the radical Islamicists in control in Tehran actually believe. And, as you say, the fact that they're saying these things publicly now shows the contempt they hold us in. They just think we are weak, incapable, declining civilization, and they're on the rise. And to them, this deal proves it. And if Barack Obama and John Kerry and Hillary Clinton were really typical of the American way of life, I'd have to agree with them. But fortunately, I think the rest of the country increasingly sees that this deal is a bad deal. The bad news is, under the Constitution, the president has primary foreign policy responsibility, and he's going to bull this deal through.
Maybe they think they're weak because we have a former Secretary of State who keeps her emails on a private server in the bathroom closet at some little mom-and-pop IT shop in Denver. Maybe that has something to do with it.
I thought it was in the basement of her house in someplace in New York. What? Anyway, let me tell you something. As somebody who's been at the State Department in 3 different administrations, honored to be at senior levels, if anybody, certainly in a Republican administration, had come anywhere close to trying to do what she has done by her own admission already, let alone what else might come out, we'd have been hung from a lamppost outside the State Department. There's no doubt about it. This is outrageous behavior on her part.
Do you think she will be indicted? Do you think she'll go to jail for this?
Well, I think we need to know more before we can make that conclusion. But if I were her, I'd get the best criminal lawyers in the country.
So she said yesterday at this impromptu presser she had in Nevada that, look, this is normal course of business. This is nothing unusual. There's nothing to see here. This is done with customary regularity at state with officials, even at her levels. And that's why she's been so transparent about it. What's wrong with that statement?
It's absolutely false. You know, anybody who has been in, whether it's the State Department, defense, the intelligence community, the White House, places where this very, very sensitive information is handled, knows how much is at stake. And this just absolute callous disregard, not only of what she did, but of what she must have had many of her aides do to get this classified information into her private channel. Really is breathtaking, and that's why I think where the FBI ought to be focusing its efforts is not talking to Hillary. It's talking to the small to the bureaucrats in the State Department who had to go through the machinations to strip away the classified signals, the markings, the various indicators that you're handling sensitive information, to put them in emails sent to her. That's where the rot started. And I think if I were, I don't know whether it was her political aides or whether it was career Foreign Service officers. But I tell you, if I was one of those people involved in communicating with her through this private channel, I would be getting a lawyer right now and seeing if I couldn't negotiate an immunity agreement with the Justice Department to protect myself from going to the slammer for the next several years. And, there's an incentive to move quickly because they only need to hand out so many immunity agreements to get a lot of critical information before at the next level they simply say to people, if you tell us the truth, we will spare you indictments for perjury and obstruction of justice. And that's the best you're going to get. So if anybody at the State Department or used to be at the State Department who knows what exactly went on here, boy, I'd be at the Justice Department right now trying to cut an immunity deal.
Who wiped her server clean? And was that a direct order from her, do you think?
Well, I don't think we know at this point, although I suspect that it came in some form of an order from her. And here I'd have to say Laura Ingraham and other people have pointed out something that's not been discussed, but should be, which is anticipatory obstruction of justice. Even before you get a subpoena, if you have reason to believe, if a reasonable person would believe that your records may be important for a criminal investigation, a congressional investigation, there are instances where your decision to destroy that information, where otherwise you might not have done it, even in the absence of a subpoena, can get you into deep trouble.
And as someone who, as you said, worked in the State Department, former ambassador to the UN, dealt with national security issues and state secrets, assess Hillary's latest trope when it comes to trafficking and classified information. She didn't send any emails that contained classified information at the time she sent them. Is that a plausible excuse for emails that we now find did contain classified information?
Well, what we don't know in terms of a large number of emails, although we do know in terms of some, is that the information in the email came from documents that were marked confidential, secret, or top secret. And what's classified in the government system is the information. It's not the piece of paper with the marking on it. So somebody had to, and the classified cable and email system at the State Department can't send messages out into the unclassified world. You can't take a classified state email and mail it to your AOL account. They're completely separate systems. So you've got to retype that information on your unclassified computer. And there was enough out there that's clear to me that, as I say, a lot of people at the State Department must have been doing this. They're the ones to look at in the first instance. But the secretary herself should have understood that she was reading incredibly sensitive information, whether somebody had stamped secret on her email or not, that it was the kind of material that should have been classified. I saw that in the very first of these emails that were made public, where there were discussions about a no-fly zone over Libya, sensitive diplomatic negotiations with Europeans and others. If I had been out there negotiating this no-fly zone and I were reporting back to the Secretary of State, I'd have classified those cables. There's no doubt in my mind. So for her to say, I didn't know whether it was classified or not, is simply not credible.
All right. He is former ambassador to the UN, John Bolton, senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. Ambassador Bolton, thanks as always for joining us.
Well, thanks for having me.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Mostly cloudy skies. We can't rule out a quick passing shower or thunderstorm this morning. Otherwise, it will be breezy, chilly for this time of year, a high of 76. Then tonight into the 50s we go. And tomorrow, plenty of sunshine, a few high clouds, then a refreshing breeze, a high of 73. Let's get the travel times and see how the inbound Ike is shaping up. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. On the inbound Eisenhower, traffic is moving pretty well. There are delays from St. Charles to the Tri-State and 9th Avenue to Costner. It's just 40 minutes, so from Thorndale to downtown. Outbound, it's 39. The Kennedy, 35 minutes from O'Hare to the Loop. Outbound, it's 37. Eden's, 22 minutes. Lake Coke to Montrose. Outbound, 32. It's slow out to Dempster. The Stevenson, 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 42. The Ryan is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Metra has delays on the North Central line this morning. Some switch problems near Western Avenue. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
School is starting in just a few days and a few weeks for some. And if you've been thinking about sending your child to a private school, now is the time to act. Don't start another school year wishing you made a different decision about your child's education. You can make that decision for half the price of regular tuition if you visit halfpriceschools.com. At halfpriceschools.com, you'll find dozens of local private schools that are offering vouchers for a full year of tuition at half the price. It's real simple. Go to their website, halfpriceschools.com. Find a school near you. There's locations all across the Chicago area, including Palatine, Arlington Heights, Naperville, Elgin, Kankakee, Chicago. But don't delay. Your child will be heading back to school soon. Are you sending him or her to the best schools? If not, visit halfpriceschools.com. That's halfpriceschools.com.
We've been hearing a lot about Uber lately, so we decided to get out there and talk to some actual Uber partners to get our questions answered.
Is signing up to drive with Uber really hard?
Nope, signing up with Uber is super easy.
It was simple and easy. Okay, but can I drive my own car?
Yes. You get to drive your own car.
But my roommate doesn't even have a car. Can she drive with Uber?
They can help her get a car too.
I wouldn't be able to get a vehicle if it wasn't for Uber. It took me less than 6 hours to get a car.
So you could just sign up and earn money.
Sign up, drive, and you make some money.
You're saying I can just use the smartphone app to make money whenever I want?
Yeah, you just open the app whenever you feel like driving.
All I have to do is turn on my phone, hit the road, and I start making money.
Are the hours good?
I work less hours and I make more money.
I'm my own boss now, so I set my own hours.
Okay, this all sounds pretty great. What do you think I should do?
You need to sign up for Uber.
You can make serious life-changing money when you drive with Uber. Get started today at drivewithuber.com. That's drivewithuber.com. drivewithuber.com.
Imagine buying a house and getting a second one for free, or purchasing the new car of your dreams and receiving a second identical car free. Okay, maybe a free second MyPillow isn't as dramatic, but sleeping well and waking up energized is pretty important. I've been telling you for a while now, I get my best sleep ever with MyPillow. With the buy one, get one offer, you can basically get and give the gift of a great night's sleep. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, all types of ailments. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, use the promo code Amy. Plus, you can get 50% off those pillow toppers and other products. Visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Remember to use the promo code Amy. Do it now. 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. 800-489-0201.
This is Dan Proft with an Upstream Idea, brought to you in part by the Illinois Policy Institute. 66. That's the percentage of fourth graders in the state of Illinois who neither read nor do math at a fourth grade level. 2/3 of the children among the 2.1 million grammar school students in the state are falling behind before they get to fourth grade. Is this a state spending problem? State spending on K through 12 education has increased by more than 60% in real terms during the past 2 decades. Perhaps it's how the money is spent rather than how much of it is spent. And perhaps it's time to rethink how we do K through 12 education in the 21st century. Things like at what grade level we teach foreign languages, in what order do we teach science, and the length of the school day. This should sound an alarm for those in charge of funding and administering K through 12 education in Illinois to finally force real system change. For more ideas like this, visit upstream-ideas.com. That website, upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
For collectors of coins and currency, investors, or people who want to check out some fantastic history, make plans to attend the 56th Annual Coin and Currency Show presented by the Illinois Numismatic Association. The show is at the Tinley Park Convention Center, Thursday through Saturday, September 10th through 12th. Admission and parking is free. Just bring your photo ID. This is one of the largest shows in the country, with hundreds of dealers and displays valued at millions of dollars. If you're a serious collector, this is a show you can't miss. If you're an investor or just want to find out more about coins and currency, this show is a can't miss. Bring the friends and family and look at history right in front of you. Don't miss special events for kids on Saturday, seminars and events all weekend long. The Illinois Numismatic Association presents the 56th Annual Coin and Currency Show, Thursday through Saturday, September 10th through 12th at the Tinley Park Convention Center. Thursday and Friday, view items for a rare coin auction that starts Friday at 4 p.m. Get more information at ilnaclub.info.
Do you ever wake up and say, gosh, I wish this bag under my eye would simply go away? Well, if that's you, listen up. You are not alone. Bags and puffiness under the eyes are a problem for millions of American men. That's right, men and women. Until now, introducing the new Genucel serum Genucel serum with plant stem cell technology. They actually use the plant stems from a Swiss apple, and it's from Chamonix. Susan wrote, I've been using Genucel for a couple of months. The puffiness around my eyes is gone. Even the crow's feet and those small, nasty, pesky lines have disappeared and haven't come back. I love your product. I use it under my eyes, around my cheekbones, and on my eyelids. Not only Susan, folks, but I use it too, and I love it. And with its instant effects, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back. So call now and save big on Genucel's risk-free introductory offer. Call 800-525-8323, 800-525-8323. Call now and you'll get the amazing Esotique face cream as a special gift simply by placing your order. That number again, 800-525-8323, 800-525-8323.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Springfield has become a machine that has empowered and enriched a handful of career politicians at the expense of the hardworking men and women of Illinois. We can't continue to send politicians to Springfield and expect things to change. We need someone with courage, someone with principles, someone willing to take a stand and fight for the people of Illinois.
I'm Paul Sirwatka. As a father of 4, I have real concerns about the direction of our state and what the future holds for our children. Our representatives in Springfield have failed us. For decades now, they knew the issues we faced, and out of fear, neglect, or self-serving interest, they refused to make the critical decisions necessary to address them. As a former firefighter paramedic, and in my service as a village trustee, I've proven my commitment to make the kinds of tough decisions needed to get Illinois out of the grips of the machine. This is our state. This is our home. Now is the time to take back Illinois.
Visit paulsirwatka.com and join the fight to take back our state. Paid for by Take Back Illinois with Paul Sirwatka.
At lifequotes.com, we've solved the worst problem there is with buying life insurance, the medical exam. At lifequotes.com, you can instantly compare the rates of 50 leading life insurance companies and buy online from the company of your choice. For example, a healthy male, age 30, can now apply for $400,000 of high-quality, no-exam term life insurance for less than $35 per month. Females pay even less. LifeQuotes.com is online, private, and convenient. Want more good news? Life insurance rates are now at all-time lows. At LifeQuotes.com, we make it easy to search the life insurance market in seconds, view the lowest possible rates, and apply online to the company of your choice. Visit LifeQuotes.com today to see how much you could save. Plan availability varies by state. LifeQuotes.com, or call us at 1-800-640-LIFE. That's 1-800-640-LIFE.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk to Robert Baer, author, former CIA case officer in the Middle East, and CNN national security analyst, that is, about Hillary's emails. That's at 8:08.
And there's a new rule at one university. Don't look at me that way. That might be sexual harassment. We'll explain. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, storms left thousands without power and perhaps a tornado touchdown in Lake Geneva. Mother and young daughter hit by a semi on Chicago's south side, and Michael Jordan back in federal court in a civil trial. Tigers outslugged the Cubs. Angels knocked off the White Sox. A complete look at weather after Fox News. WINT Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Another door long closed to women may be opening in the U.S. military. Fox News Radio's John Decker live at the White House.
Admiral John Greenert, the chief of naval operations, said that if women can pass the demanding training requirements, they will be allowed into the Navy SEALs. The announcement opening the Navy SEALs to women comes one day after the Army said that for the first time, 2 women will graduate from the Army's prestigious Ranger School. Despite the accomplishment, for the time being, they're still barred from combat. However, by January, all branches of the military must allow women to serve in frontline combat positions. conditions. Lisa?
John, late word of 8 Turkish soldiers killed in a roadside bomb attack. That report just after a shooting outside the Dolmabahce Palace in Istanbul. No one injured there. 2 suspects in custody, reportedly fired at palace guards. It's a popular tourist destination. Violence escalating recently as Turkey aids the fight against ISIS. Days after her personal server was turned over to the FBI, the questions persist.
I did not send classified material.
Hillary Clinton facing reporters after a town hall event in Las Vegas. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Fox's Ed Henry grilled the former Secretary of State at a campaign stop, asking her what happened to the data on her homebrew server.
Did you try to write the whole? I don't know how it works digitally at all. I do not have any.
You did not try.
Ed, I know you want to make a point.
Clinton shrugged off the question by asking,
what, like with a cloth or something?
I don't know.
Fox News has confirmed FBI officials believe they may be able to recover deleted files and material from Clinton's server. Lisa.
Thanks, Rachel. The U.S. government joining the ranks of the rated on social media. Under a new deal with Yelp, federal agencies from the TSA to national parks will recognize the public's star ratings and respond. The public's been sounding off on Yelp for years about airport security lines in particular. Fair and balanced.
Cloudy skies, 71 degrees. It's 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. We're watching developments along the east branch of the DuPage River this morning near Bolingbrook, where the National Weather Service has issued a flood advisory. Crews are working to restore power for thousands of customers after storms tore through the Chicago area, causing trees to fall down, power lines also to drop. And the National Weather Service says up to 3 inches of rain fell in spots within an hour. Heavy rain, strong winds caused damage across southeast Wisconsin, including perhaps a tornado touching down in or around Lake Geneva. The National Weather Service sending staff to survey the damage. Illinois Senate President John Cullerton says votes to override some of Governor Rauner's vetoes could come this week. One of them is Rauner's rejection of a bill that would send deadlocked state contracts to binding arbitration while blocking strikes and lockouts. A mother and her young daughter are in critical condition after being struck by a semi on the south side. Regina Holloway was pushing her 2-year-old Angela in a stroller when they were struck by the truck and pinned underneath in the 6900 block of South Prairie. Police say the driver was cited following the incident. And a couple of prominent former Chicago politicians, already tossed out of office, are seeking political comebacks. Former Cook County Board President Todd Stroger appeared before Democrats and the Central Committee to seek the endorsement to run as a candidate for the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District. Also seeking endorsement for a water district run is former Chicago Alderman Ray Suarez. Tigers over the Cubs 10-8. Angels over the White Sox 5-3. The news a service of the Milwaukee Airport. With all the major U.S. airlines, great fares, parking as low as $7 a day. You'll save time and money when you fly up the interstate to Milwaukee's airport. Visit flymke.com to see why more people are choosing Milwaukee, the O'Hare alternative. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network, here's Gary Baumgarten.
From the Fox Business Network, applications for U.S. home mortgages rose last week. The Mortgage Bankers Association says its index shows both refinancing and home purchase demand rose 3.6%. Staples reporting second quarter profits of $36 million, meeting Wall Street expectations. A roller coaster ride for those investing in China's stock market. After falling 6.1% on Tuesday, the market declined another 5% yesterday, then rebounded in the final minutes of trading to close up 1.2%. The Dow was lower, so were futures. The German parliament, the latest in the Eurozone, to approve the Greek bailout. The FDA approving the world's first drug to boost a woman's sexual desire. North Carolina's Sprout Pharmaceuticals getting permission to manufacture Addyi, being dubbed by many as the female Viagra. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Gary Baumgarten.
It is 8:05. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
This election season, there's only one place in Chicago where you can weigh in with your opinion on all the candidates, from the debates to the primaries.
If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be talking about illegal immigration.
From the conventions to Election Day.
What is he for? I have no idea whether he's conservative.
We need to control our border. It's important to be qualified.
We're your election headquarters in Chicago.
I'm a conservative, pro-life governor in a state where it's really tough to be both.
We're AM 560. The Answer.
What would an extra $250 a month mean to you? For some, it's a little financial breathing room. For others, it's a car payment, a home repair, or help with college tuition. Hi, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans, and I've got some great news if you're looking to save money on your mortgage. All it takes is a simple phone call to Quicken Loans at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. Folks who refinance with HARP can save an average of $250 a month. That's $3,000 a year. Our home loan experts fully understand the HARP guidelines, and they'll walk you through our streamlined process. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. License in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
8:06 is our time in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Northwest Indiana, the exit ramp from westbound 8094 to northbound I-65 remains closed. Rollover trailer from a double semi. Etra has delays this morning on the North Central line, also the Milwaukee West line due to switch problems. Eden's inbound slow Foster to the junction. 22 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 32. Kennedy, delay starting at Montrose. It's 36 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 37. Inbound Eisenhower, 42 minutes Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 39. Stevenson, 44 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, and outbound 42. Ryan is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound, a bit slow from 137 to the Lake Forest Oasis. Northbound delays, Harlem to 87th, LaGrange Road to Ogden, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. It's about Reagan Tollway heavy, 31 to 59. Veterans Memorial, slow 75th to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to Lake. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. A service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
For today, a morning shower or thunderstorm around, otherwise mostly cloudy and breezy. High of 76. For tonight, partly cloudy skies with a low of 57. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 69 at O'Hare, 71 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 8:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the IRS Radio Hour with attorney Stephen Leahy every Sunday afternoon at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
In a first for the Army's elite Ranger School, a pair of women have just made history by proving they belong among the best of the best. But whether they will actually be allowed on the front lines with their male counterparts is still a matter open to debate.
Hillary Rodham Clinton's secret email server scandal just keeps getting worse every day. Reports now say the number of email flagged as potentially containing classified information has grown to 305.
Well, my personal emails are my personal business, right?
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. Do you think if Hillary goes to the Huskow, Amy, Bill will wait for her like Patty is waiting for Rod?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Be waiting for pins and needles. Oh, when is she going to get out? Day 3.
So how about that press conference she had yesterday during a campaign stop in Nevada where she offered this, among other defenses, to the questions that were asked by a press that is increasingly annoyed by the answers they're getting, to the extent they're getting answers at all. Here's her responding to Ed Henry about how unusual this is, her conduct with respect to emails and handling of classified information, state secrets.
Everybody's acting like this is the first time it's ever happened. It happens all the time. And I can only tell you that the State Department has said over and over again, we disagree. So that's what they're sorting out. And that's what happens a lot of the times. But whether it was a personal account or a government account, I did not send classified material, and I did not receive any material that was marked or designated classified, which is the way you know whether something is. What you're seeing now is a disagreement between agencies saying, you know what, they should have, and the other saying, no, they shouldn't. That has nothing to do with me. If it had been a government account and I said, release it, we'd be having the same arguments.
For an expert interpretation or reaction to that, is this all just a
misunderstanding?
Just a dispute between government agencies that has nothing to do with the former Secretary of State? We're now joined by Robert Baer. Robert Baer is an author. He's also a former CIA case officer in the Middle East, and you can see him oftentimes as a national security analyst on CNN. Mr. Baer, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
So your reaction to what Hillary Clinton had to say about her emails and the way that she corresponded about matters that relate to our national security?
Well, we're not through the investigation right now. The FBI is going through her server. But what's come out, and this came out in the New York Times, is there was one document that was classified, top secret, SITK, no foreign. And for someone who's worked for the government, this is strictly a no-no. And if at the top of a document it's stated that, you can be guaranteed that that is highly, highly classified information. In fact, it doesn't get any more classified. If you or I had leaked this information, even as a civilian, we could go to jail. This involves code breaking, espionage laws, and the rest of it. Now, if that's not true, that's something else. But right now, this keeps on coming out. The classified documents were sent through her server, which is as good as tacking up in a public bathroom wall. This is really bad.
And is it credible for her to suggest, as she seems to suggest in that clip that we played, that the information wasn't classified, and she otherwise would have no understanding, reason to believe, has no due diligence responsibility to understand whether or not the information she was emailing over an unsecured server, via an unsecured server, was a state secret?
That's a non-denial denial. All of these documents, if they're top secret, they're at the top. It says top secret, and in each paragraph it says TS at the end of the paragraph. So you can't say, well, this isn't classified. Her interpretation, she may just say that it was overclassified, but that's that. She doesn't get to pick that and choose. I mean, seriously, I spent 21 years in the CIA, and if I had put anything like this, sent an email with a document like this, I would be fired same day and probably go to jail, at least do 5 years. I mean, this is really, really bad for the Secretary of State. This is like taking the legacy codes for our nuclear weapons, how to build them, and then putting them on her server, which was probably hacked at some point. I don't know that, but that's the assumption.
But why would she be so careless? Because she's not a stupid woman. I mean, she makes mistakes, but why the carelessness?
I think it's arrogance. Secretary of State, maybe the next president. She was the wife of the president, got away with this stuff forever. There's a carelessness in Washington. It's crept in over the years. But what most Americans don't get, it gets people killed. If you take the plans for a SEAL Team 6 raid and you send them across an open server, you are likely going to get somebody killed.
Yeah, it seems to me that has been lost in some of the conversation about trying to follow this garden gnome of a private server from her basement to New Jersey to the bathroom closet. Is what are the implications? Why is this information classified? Why is it over a secure network that civilians can't access or traffic in? The why is this so important that you're describing is really kind of the critical component. Here's the action. Here's the reaction or the consequence that you're affecting if you are as reckless as Hillary Clinton seemed to be, if not unlawful.
Let's wait for the investigation to get through. But if you take TS and SI, you were involved in code breaking. Let's say the head of the Islamic State, we had his codes broken, and we knew what he was saying over in his communications. We as Americans don't need to know that. But for the government to protect that information, they use this SI designator. So I just can't tell you how bad this is. And I'm not talking from a political bias, talking from secrets that keep Americans alive.
So do you think Hillary Clinton will be charged and go to jail?
No, there are two rules. The average employee, sergeant in the Army, lieutenant in the Army, they all go to jail, CIA officers, but not the political engendrums like Hillary Clinton. I doubt it.
Interesting. I guess to your reaction to just the nature of how she handled the server, the kind of all of this that we have come to learn amid stonewalling and State Department review over the last several months.
There shouldn't be any stonewalling. If in fact, this is the New York Times, which is not biased against Hillary Clinton, has come out and said these documents with these designators, classifications, were on her server and presumably her smartphone. I mean, that's what the server's for. It hooks you up to your smartphone. And I can get into any smartphone with simply by sending you a text that you don't even open, and I can take control of it and get everything you have on it just by having her phone number. Every email that goes across it could be picked up by any country or any hostile organization.
And it seems to me this is interesting against the backdrop of the IRS revising up the number of records that were compromised by the hacking that was done at IRS. 300,000 Americans' records compromised.
What about Office of Personnel Management?
Right, that's where I was going next. Yep.
I mean, this is awful. I mean, you can identify overseas operatives of the CIA or Joint Special Operations Command or the rest of it now. Very easy to do. Those people who mess this up that had the contract for that nothing to do with Hillary should go to jail too.
What about the people who received Hillary's emails, such as Uma, Anthony Weiner's wife? Is she going to be held accountable?
Well, if she generated these emails that took them off what the so-called SIPRNet and put them onto Hillary's private email, she should go to jail. Wow. And I say this. I write books about the CIA, about intelligence. I submit them to the CIA. I mean, I believe in an open society, but there are rules that you just simply cannot break.
You suggested that kind of the political elites within the intelligence community are insulated from the charges that would be leveled against people further down the ladder if they were engaged in the same behavior. How do you explain General Petraeus then?
Exactly, Petraeus. The problem is he gave those documents to somebody with a clearance, so it's a little bit more ambiguous. But the same way, he got a slap on the wrist. We have to be more disciplined. We are at war. We need to save lives. It's just like World War II. And we have soldiers in the field, and as long as we do, we have to obey these classifications.
Well, it's interesting, too, this piece that came out unearthed from 15 years ago, 18 years ago, actually. Madeleine Albright, the Secretary of State for President Clinton, Hillary was around at the time, excoriating in a piece that was written in the New York Times back in the late 90s, excoriating 800 individuals that worked for her at State because there had been leaks, because classified information had been disseminated. And she essentially, called everybody to account, said, I don't care how good you are, if you're sloppy with state secrets, then you're doing a disservice to this country. Boy, what a statement now reflecting 18 years forward on the then First Lady and future Secretary of State.
Absolutely. But for me, there's a legal difference. If I take a policy that's secret and sort of talk around it, it's very ambiguous. But if I take a document that's classified to that degree and put it on the Internet, essentially on the Internet, that is a violation of American law. And I came out and CNN said this 3 days ago on Saturday, and it's just overwhelming support by people inside the government that I know at the White House and the rest of us say this is just really bad.
Well, that's interesting. That's interesting to me is nobody from the intelligence community rallying to Hillary Clinton's defense and saying, what she said is correct. Yeah, there is a rationale for what she's offering in terms of an explanation. She is on an island as it pertains to this, narrow issue of handling state secrets.
This is a nonpartisan issue, secrets.
Well, what about the company, the little mom pop store that was housing her server in a bathroom closet? There's no security and no alarms. Are they going to be called into questioning?
No, they wouldn't understand this. They don't understand it at all. It's the people who took the documents out of SIPRNet, which is the classified government net, sent it to her private server, and then she picked up on her phone. And if indeed she read these documents and opened them. And if she's lying, she is not qualified to be president of the United States. And I say that as a Democrat.
All right. Democrat Robert Baer, author, former CIA case officer for 21 years, as he said, Middle East. You can see him often opining on these related matters on CNN. Mr. Baer, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate your time.
Thanks.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Still some lingering showers and thunderstorms this morning. Otherwise, mostly cloudy, breezy. A high of just 76 degrees. Tonight, into the 50s we go. And tomorrow, sunshine. Partly cloudy, though, with a refreshing breeze. Still a little bit chilly for this time of year. A high in the low 70s. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. 8094 westbound. The ramp to northbound I-65 has reopened. It had been blocked for the rollover semi-trailer. Edens Expressway, 23 minutes like Cook to Montrose, outbound 32. The Kennedy, with delays starting at Montrose, it's 38 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 36. The Eisenhower runs 42 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 36. Stevenson, 39 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38. The Ryan is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive, slow southbound Belmont to Fullerton, northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State slow, from the Stevenson to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway, stop and go Roselle to 53, where there's a crash on the right shoulder. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Got a great night's sleep, all thanks to MyPillow. It conforms to my neck and back. It's just really the best thing you could do for yourself. And we still have the buy one, get one free deal. So go to MyPillow.com. Type Amy in the promo code. 2 pillows for the price of one. So give the gift of a great night's sleep as a gift and keep one for yourself. Sleep is so very important. MyPillow, made in America, tens of thousands of satisfied customers, and you could be one too. It's also the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. Here's what you do. Go to MyPillow.com. Type Amy in the promo code. 2 pillows for the price of one, plus 50% off pillow toppers and all other products. Or you could call this number at 800-489-0201. Again, that's 800-489-0201.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
When you look in the mirror, you should feel happy. When you smile, you should feel confident. If everyday moments like chewing, drinking, talking, or just smiling for a photo make you feel uncomfortable or embarrassed because of your teeth, it's time to think about permanent dental implants. It's much easier and affordable than you may think. And Dr. Joel Akrush and his team at Artistic Dentistry want to show you how customized dental implants can give you freedom and confidence back into your life. Call 708-301-6060 now for a no-cost, no-obligation consultation that includes free 3D digital scans. Artistic Dentistry uses a state-of-the-art CBCT scan, which allows Dr. Akrush to customize your smile with precision planning, allowing for immediate use and quick healing. Are you ready to have your natural-looking, beautiful smile back? Then call Artistic Dentistry now at 708-301-6060 or log on to donewithdentures.com. That's donewithdentures.com. Artistic Dentistry, serving the south and southwest suburbs for more than 23 years.
AM 560, The Answer.
Don't you look at me. Don't you freaking look at me.
What are you doing over there?
Dennis Hopper from Blue Velvet.
Oh, that's right.
How about that? That's not bad.
Well, our university, I didn't even want to call it. It's Ohio State. Oh, how I hate. Say it. Ohio State. But they have a new sexual harassment policy, Dan. And basically, if you're caught staring, hello, I'm staring at you.
I'm averting my eyes.
Or,
you're making me feel uncomfortable.
Or if you're brushing...
I'm not a piece of meat.
Or if you're brushing against a person's body, that could count as sexual harassment.
Thankfully, the academics at Ohio State have come up with a sexual harassment guide to provide an explanation of how flirting is different from harassment. The difference is if you're attractive, it's flirting, and if you're not, it's harassment. No, that's not what they say. The guide actually says flirting makes someone feel good, whereas harassment makes someone feel bad. I presume this is, narrated by Barney or some other, costumed dinosaur. Flirting makes someone feel happy, whilst harassment makes someone feel sad/angry. That's how you know.
So that's part of the sexual harassment guide. This is crazy because I don't know how you're going to prove if another student has been staring at someone unless there's a security camera you could get. Or, how common it is to bump into someone in the hallway.
Giggity.
So staring and brushing against a person's body can count as sexual harassment at Ohio State University.
I can understand if you use someone like as a scratching post, but the idea like you bump into someone in a hallway or on the quad and all of a sudden you're whistled before these, INGSOC panels and expelled from school. And we laugh about this, but this is actually happening.
Well, sometimes people stare at me and it makes me feel uncomfortable. And sometimes people stare and it makes me feel good. I'm sure you've experienced the same, right,
I can't
Dan?
walk past a construction site. I just can't do it anymore.
You know what? It's when they stop whistling at you when you walk past the construction site that you should get worried.
Yeah.
Because I enjoy it while I still have it. Like, okay, you whistled at me. Thank you so much, sir. What's your name, Bob? Thanks, Bob. You made my day.
Yeah, that's,
love that.
What a caricature. Every construction worker is not named Bob.
Well, the ones that I walked by, but come on.
Yeah.
If they stop whistling, that's when you have to worry.
Well, because it has gotten so preposterous on college campuses, and all men are presumed rapists until they prove themselves innocent.
You're hunters, and we're the hunted.
The National District Attorneys Association, this is a Wall Street Journal piece, National District Attorneys Association supports recently introduced legislation, the Safe Campus Act, which was introduced by Arizona Republican Matt Salmon, congressman, require police investigation of sexual assault claims before schools begin disciplinary proceedings against students. The mandatory reporting requirement would be a sea change from the current practice where schools handle the sexual assault allegations independently. We know how catastrophic those investigations have been. There were star chambers at University of Virginia, Columbia with Mattress Girl. The Safe Campus Act also provides the right to a lawyer for accused and accusing students because, as what I just said, you can face life-altering consequences through these like quasi-judicial star chamber proceedings where you don't have legal representation if you're an undergrad. And I know, parents are getting ready to send their kids to college and they're telling male and female, look, if you get accused of something, you don't. You're
don't, ruined.
No. But you don't go through the process. You don't just allow university administrators to roll over it. You call mom or dad. We'll get you an attorney. We'll be on campus. We'll be ready to go. And that's unfortunately the culture in higher ed right now on college campuses. And you have to have parents that are ready to defend their children when these allegations are made, and you have actual adults in charge of colleges and universities that care only about the allegation. They're so lobotomized by political correctness.
And if you go to Ohio State, just remember flirting could be construed as a crime.
Yes, in addition to the crime of going to Ohio State.
Men, we don't know what we did.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Hi, this is Steve DeJohn with the DeJohn Advisory Team, and if you have an IRA, 401k, brokerage accounts, CDs, or any retirement money, please call 866-515-6669 to get your free Paycheck for Life quote. You will be amazed on how much money you can get annually for the rest of your life. Here's what we just did for a 54-year-old client who had a $500,000 401k rollover. He received over $66,000 in free bonus money added to his original $500,000 401k. In addition, at age 70, he will receive over $79,000 every year for as long as he is alive. Visit yourretirementcheck.com or call 866-515-6669 to get your free DVD. This DVD has many other examples for you to look at. Call 866-515-6669. That's 866-515-6669 or visit yourretirementcheck.com.
It's time for a little R&R, courtesy of ChicagoRadioDeals.com. I was staring at people.
I think you were just on a little bit of an R&R.
Escape to Wisconsin with an overnight stay package for the Schuster Mansion Bed and Breakfast in Milwaukee. Spend the night in Molly's room, their 2-room luxury suite with a private bath and concierge service. It includes breakfast in the Victorian dining room and fresh chocolate chip cookies, yours for only $79, valued at $169. Need to stay closer at home but want to laugh out loud? Well, be a part of the show at Comedy Sports Improv. Tickets are normally $44 a pair, only $22 at CRD. Be sure to get your car ready for that special night out with a new deal from Fuller's Car Wash of Elk Grove Village. A full-service car wash includes wash, vacuum, windows, dash, an $18 deal, only $10 at CRD. Make a date night and take advantage of all the entertainment deals waiting for you only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
Sultan of Supply Side Economics, Steve Moore from the Heritage Foundation joins us to review Scott Walker's plan to replace Obamacare, not receiving rave reviews. We'll have that at 8:38.
And then later, we'll tell you about the luckiest generation. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. National Weather Service issuing a flood advisory this morning for the east branch of the DuPage River near Bolingbrook. Crews working to restore power for thousands of customers after storms tore through the area last night. Heavy rain and strong winds also hit the Lake Geneva area where the National Weather Service is headed after reports of a tornado touching down in that area last night. A new poll says Republican frontrunner Donald Trump is catching up to Hillary Clinton. It's a new CNN poll out today showing the Democratic frontrunner just 6 points up on Trump. And that Democrat presidential frontrunner is again denying she sent any classified information through her private email account during her time as Secretary of State.
I did not send classified material, and I did not receive any material that was marked or designated classified.
Clinton adds she does regret that the issue of emails has gotten so much attention on the campaign trail. A Japanese rocket loaded with cargo speeding to the International Space Station this morning.
The HTV vehicle now in its preliminary orbit on its way towards the International Space Station, currently targeted to arrive on Monday, August 24th.
NASA following the successful launch of the Japanese HTV-5 rocket. It lifted off around 6:50 this morning. Forecasters are paying very close attention to the Gulf Coast where Tropical Storm Danny is on track to become a hurricane by tomorrow, maybe a Category 2 storm. A second human case of the plague has officials on high alert at Yosemite National Park. Multiple reports now say a second case involves a visitor from Georgia. Here in Chicago, a man who received a large settlement after his murder conviction was overturned is now being accused of shooting a man. Police say Thaddeus Jimenez apparently shot a man in the legs Monday on the northwest side. A mother and young daughter are in critical condition after being struck by a truck on the south side. The woman was pushing her 2-year-old in a stroller when they were hit by that truck and pinned underneath in the 6900 block of South Prairie Avenue. CTA making a push to improve speed and performance of buses on Ashland and Western Avenues. City officials yesterday announcing that the CTA will begin a 3-phase effort later this fall to make a faster commute by bringing back some rush hour express service. And this morning, it's unclear whether a Bloomingdale's customer will return the diamond earrings bought because of a glitch in the retailer's loyalty program. The company does admit they mistakenly issued at least $25,000 worth of store credit to customers. So, one lucky recipient headed to Bloomie's in Manhattan, scooped up a pair of $10,000 earrings, a $5,000 watch, and a Louis Vuitton handbag. The company is begging the man to return the merchandise, offering a $100 gift card. Tigers beat the Cubs 10-8. Angels over the White Sox 5-3. The news, a service of Unbound. Poverty doesn't discriminate. It feeds on the forgotten at Unbound. They believe in the collective wisdom of society's oldest and most vulnerable members. Providing sponsorship for the elderly is just one way. Unbound is different at unbound.org. Check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher speaks the truth about politics in America.
GOP Chairman Ed Cox, here's the quote: Donald Trump is his own brand, and it's not the Republican brand. America is reading that, and people say, that's right. That's the point. A whole bunch of Americans are fed up with the Republican brand.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas. Best beans, best roast, best coffee.
I'm Jay Farner with some great news on how you could save an average of $3,000 per year on your mortgage. Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. The HARP guidelines have changed. There's less paperwork and often no appraisal required. Call 800-QUICKEN. That's 800-QUICKEN. Or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Important terms and conditions apply. Call us for cost information. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
When news breaks, he's there at the heart of the story.
There is no better way to show you the scope of our lead story than from the air. Feeding is the word we're taking right now. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
When lives change, he's there to listen.
You want your child to be able to walk outside and feel safe and feel like they're important.
When it really matters, you can depend on him.
It's a lot to try and understand here and much to learn.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
$8:37 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Metra has delays up to 40 minutes on the Milwaukee West and also the North Central lines this morning. The Edens inbound has delays starting at Elston. 23 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 32. On Kennedy, slow Montrose to the Burn Circle. 38 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 28 from Montrose, 22 in the Express. Outbound 30 minutes downtown to the airport. Inbound Ike. 42 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 37. Stevenson is 39 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 34. Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown, northbound Tri-State. Slow from the Stevenson to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway a bit tight, Elmhurst to Lee. Reagan Tollway, slow Farnsworth to Eola. Veterans Memorial, slow 75th to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast, a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. A morning shower in your forecast. Otherwise, cloudy and breezy today, high 76. Partly cloudy, 57 overnight. 70 at O'Hare. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella. Heard each and every Sunday at 8 a.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, that music means it's time for the maestro of marginal growth. He is Steve Moore, Chief Economist at the Heritage Foundation. Steve, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning.
Morning. So yesterday, let's talk about someone other than Trump for just a minute, just for the novelty of it. Yesterday, Scott Walker introduced his Obamacare replacement plan, the most detailed replacement plan among the Republican contenders, at least at this juncture, although other candidates/governors like Jindal have released plans previously. Under Walker's plan, he would provide tax credits that are age-based rather than income-based. He also covers pre-existing conditions, talks about paying for this with tax relief, but he's been criticized by the aforesaid Bobby Jindal for essentially endorsing the fundamental underpinning of Obamacare rather than full repeal and replace. What's your assessment of what Walker proposed?
Well, I like what Bobby Jindal has proposed more, because I think, by the way, Bobby Jindal, the governor of Louisiana, is probably the world's greatest expert on health care, and he understands more than anyone how a free market health system would work. But look, Scott Walker's plan certainly moves us in the right direction. It eliminates a lot of the really damaging mandates under the Obama plan. It would essentially repeal most of Obamacare. So I like the direction he's going a lot. And I think for Republicans to win this election in November of 2016, it's not just enough to say we're going to repeal Obamacare, though certainly we need to do that. It's a disaster. But they have to show how they can cover virtually all Americans with health insurance in a way that preserves high quality of care, provides Americans with the kind of options that we all want as consumers of everything that we buy. So I think I won't criticize Scott Walker's plan because I think there's a lot of it's much better than what we have right now.
Including one of the components of his plan is something that's not novel to his plan, but it's something Republicans have talked about for a while, including during the Obamacare debate. Reforms, substantive reforms, prospective reforms like allowing people to buy insurance plans across state lines and reducing the mandates in terms of what is included in insurance policy so there's more competition, which ostensibly would drive down costs.
This reform of allowing people to buy insurance across lines, a lot of people who cover who don't follow the health insurance market very closely, probably their eyes glaze over and they say, that's probably not that important. It's hugely important, guys, because if you live in Illinois and you're able to buy a policy in Iowa or buy a policy in New Hampshire or in Utah, you can oftentimes cut your costs by 40, 50, 60% and get the same level of benefits. So this is a pro-competition type of reform. Now, here's what's interesting. Liberals, there's two groups of people who hate that, liberals and insurance companies, because insurance companies don't want to have to compete. Yeah, in fact, insurance companies come out smelling like a rose under Obamacare. It gives them this huge new, category of customers. They don't have to pay more, and yet the insurance companies are bilking us. I don't think Republicans should ever carry any of the weight for the insurance companies. They screwed us over under Obamacare.
Talk about doctors, because I've read two different articles that say there's a shortage of doctors due to Obamacare and that there's not. Which side are you on?
Amy, every time I give a speech, and I'm on the road, 2 or 3 times a week, and I talk about Obamacare, I can't tell you how many times a doctor or a physician will come up to me afterwards and say, either I'm retiring early because I can't stand these new rules and regulations, and they also say, I'm telling my sons and daughters not to go into medicine. That's how much doctors despise Obamacare. They think it is becoming a government-run system, and they don't want to work for a government-run system. And they want their own, practices, and they want to operate not just as physicians, but small businessmen and women. You can't do that under Obamacare. So I do think in the future we're going to have a real problem attracting smart people to become physicians. And I think not right now, but in the next decade or so, we're going to see shortages of good doctors. I mean, you can get quack doctors anytime you want to.
Well, Kane Coulter is going to organize doctors into unions now that he failed to organize Northwestern into a college football union. So you have that to look forward to. What were you surprised by the NLRB decision in the Northwestern case?
I was a little surprised by it, Dan, because I think this is the first time, in 7 years that the NLRB has come out. Has come out against a union. But look, the NLRB was right about this, that it makes no sense to have, college football players are going to be playing for 2 or 3 or maybe 4 years to be in a union. They're going to graduate from college. They're going to go on with their lives. One of the points they made is it would give, some teams a competitive advantage in the NCAA football if one team had a union and the others didn't. But I would actually think that the teams that didn't have unions would be the ones that
Yeah, right. As if Northwestern doesn't have enough problems. Switching gears, the other big plan that was released, that is, of course, being debated hotly across the political spectrum this week, is Donald Trump's immigration.
I thought we weren't going to talk about Donald Trump.
Well, that's it. We went 4 minutes without talking about him.
Talk about gas prices.
You can't go more than 4 minutes without talking about Donald Trump. That's a law of talk radio.
Problem, isn't it? With our political system right now. I mean, all the other candidates are jumping up and down, yelling, "Look at me, look at me!" And all anyone is talking about is the Donald.
Well, I recall one Steve Moore saying that running for president is an exercise in marketing, and so Donald is sucking up all the oxygen. But
this guy, that's really the lesson here is that running for a political office is a marketing and a PR campaign, and he's been a master at it. I mean, he's got 300 reporters following him around, hanging on every word he says. And the other 9, 10, 12 candidates can't even get noticed. Okay, but ask me your question.
Well, yeah. So Ann Coulter, in her normally understated way, compared Donald Trump's immigration pamphlet to the Magna Carta. Do you agree, disagree, distinguish?
I really would urge, all my conservative friends who are listening to the show all over the Chicago area to read the lead editorial in the Wall Street Journal today. It's brilliant. I didn't write it, but it is a brilliant editorial. It's basically saying, look, if the Republicans are going to run, not just as the deportation party, which I think destroyed Mitt Romney's chances of winning Asian and Hispanic voters, but much worse than that is, look, we can all agree that we want to stop illegal immigration. But, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump is talking about stopping legal immigration. He says he wants to cancel legal immigration so that people can't come here and share in our freedoms and our economic opportunities and create a sort of fortress America. And, Dan, I can't think of a worse idea, both for the American ideal of what we stand for, and politically it would be a catastrophe. So I think Donald Trump could not be more wrong than on this issue, and it is bad for the economy, it's bad for the party, and it's bad for what America stands for. Look, if someone wants to come into this country, Dan and Amy, and they want to work and get ahead and share in our freedoms, and they don't become a criminal, and they don't go on welfare, and they learn the language, hell yes, we want those people to become Americans. And I believe that's what America is all about.
But what about anchor babies? I mean, birthright citizenship. 30 countries have it. We're one of them. Apparently now 6 GOP candidates want to get rid of it, but it's part of the 14th Amendment. That's how I interpret it. Wouldn't you have to change the Constitution?
Probably. I'm not a constitutional expert on this, but probably you would, and that's obviously a heavy lift. Look, I agree that it's a problem when a Mexican and Guatemalan comes over, a woman comes over 8 months pregnant and has her baby here, and then, then it's a way to essentially create the anchor baby problem. But, look, illegal immigration, this is going to shock a lot of people listening to the show. Illegal immigration is down over the last 6 years. And you know why it's down?
Bad economy.
Obama's destroyed the economy. If you want less immigration, do what Obama's done, destroy our economy so there are no jobs. Then they won't come.
All right. Steve Moore, Chief Economist at the Heritage Foundation. Steve, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Have a great week.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The indictment on Jared Fogle is out, and it reads like a horror script. That coming up. But first, here is your forecast. Morning showers or a thunderstorm. Otherwise, mostly cloudy today. Cool, a high of 76. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. On the Ryan outbound, it's stop and go from the Burns Circle to 18th with a crash in the 3 right lanes. 22 minutes downtown to 95th. Inbound 25. Delay start at 47th. The Aiden's is now fine inbound. Outbound, about a 7-minute delay from Montrose to past Dempster. Inbound Kennedy, 38 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 30. The Eisenhower is 42 minutes from Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 35. The inbound Stevenson has a 5-minute delay, central to Kedzie, outbound it's fine. Lakeshore Drive, slow southbound Belmont to Fullerton, northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Still have mild delays on the northbound Tri-State Archer to the Hinsdale Oasis, Ogden 31st, the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. A little heavy on the northbound Veterans Memorial, 63rd to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
So often on the show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. And on this show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. That's one of the reasons I'm involved with the new website, along with the Illinois Opportunity Project, called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find information that will inform some of the policy discussions that we're having on this show and elsewhere. And you can look for an extended interview I did with Chicago Tribune columnist John Cass, posted at upstream-ideas.com today. You'll also find information that will inform some of the policy discussions that we're having on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we want to broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. We want to challenge accepted orthodoxies, and we debunk some of the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask, why are conditions the way they are, and how can those conditions be improved? So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
Summer is here, and your business can't afford mechanical issues with its HVAC system. You also don't want just anyone doing the job. When you want the best trained and skilled team, you want Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading full-service mechanical HVAC and refrigeration provider. Each year, Air Comfort invests in ongoing staff training to keep up with changes in technology and products. Why is training so important? Because Air Comfort understands that doing the job the right way the first time is just the beginning of a long-term relationship with its clients. That's why Air Comfort is a proud supporter of the UA Standard of Excellence and is certified as a star contractor by MSCA. With more than 80 fully equipped vehicles, chances are that an Air Comfort technician is nearby to serve your HVAC needs. For more than 80 years, Air Comfort has earned the trust of thousands of customers with businesses just like yours. To find out more, call 708-345-1900 or visit them online at aircomfort.com.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you had questions about purchasing a home, you called me and I helped you. When you and your parents had questions about reverse mortgages, you called me and I helped you. When you needed help refinancing to lower your mortgage payments so you could afford the home after your spouse passed away, you called me and I helped you. If you'd like to talk to me about a mortgage, give me a call at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email me, david@pearldavid.com. That's david@PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA, NMLS 19186, pearlmortgage.com licensing.
Coming up next, it's me, Mike Gallagher, right after Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560, The Answer.
Ugh.
Put that foot long down. Ready for this?
United States of America versus Jared Fogle. We have the plea agreement right in front of us. Count one charges the defendant, Jared Fogle, that he distributed and received visual depictions of minors engaging in sexually explicit acts of sex. Gross. Count two says that he did exactly what that lady, the woman in Sarasota, said that he did, that he traveled out of state to engage in unlawful sexual acts with minors. So it wasn't just one girl, one underage girl, it was minors. Potential penalties, the most he can spend in prison is 12 and a half years, 151 months, and the least that he can be behind bars is 60 months.
So 5 to 12 years. He's a sexual predator. He's going to plead guilty shortly, we understand from AP News reports and other reports, and he'll be a sex offender for life because he is, and a pedophile, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty jarring, and, you know, one of these things we know, and apparently that indictment confirms, is these are usually not isolated incidents, a la Jerry Sandusky, and, you know, after he gets out, he's going to need to be monitored because it's very unusual for someone to be to not have to restrain themselves from these predatory tendencies that apparently Jared Fogle has.
So he received and he distributed child pornography through, mostly they say, according to this plea agreement, through his computer at home. And he has children at home. He has two young kids and a wife, so don't know what's going to happen there on the home front, but he'll be in jail. He'll be formally charged in about 10 minutes when he goes to court.
Sickening. I think we need to end on a bit of a lighter note.
Dear God, because I can't read this plea agreement anymore. It's like a horror film.
And that lighter note, Josh Groban.
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
Josh
He's
Groban.
Got a beautiful voice.
Sure.
Soothing.
He'll melt your heart.
Romantic.
He's come out with a new album that is inspired by Donald Trump tweets.
Uh-huh.
He previewed it on Jimmy Kimmel last night. Here it is.
Josh Groban's multi-platinum The Best Tweets of Kanye West was the #1 album of 2011. And now, his highly anticipated follow-up, The Best Tweets of Donald Trump.
I've never seen a thin person drinking, dying
Diet Coke. At Barack Obama's birth certificate is a fraud. A fraud. Robert Pattinson should not take back Kristen Stewart. She cheated on him like a dog, and will do it again, just watch.
And
Did
there's
he really tweet that?
There's also a special LP coming out associated with Josh Groban's new offering.
Buy now and get the exclusive new bonus track, Losers and Haters, absolutely free.
Sorry, losers and haters, but my IQ is one of the highest, and you all know it. So please don't feel so stupid or insecure. It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
In my opinion, she was off base.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
As a parent, nothing fills you with pride more than your child excelling at something that they love. For some kids, it's sports. For others, maybe photography. At Center Stage in Bloomingdale, it's dance. Children of all ages have loved and embraced dance at Center Stage Dance Studio for years. The Daily Herald recognizes year after year the benefit that dance classes provide youths. From 2-year-olds to competitive dancers, classes exist for all styles and expressions. Tap, jazz, ballet, lyrical, even hip-hop. Dancer Magazine voted Center Stage as one of the best dance studios in America. Register for fall classes today by calling 630-529-9080 or check out some pictures and an abundance of useful information at CenterStageDanceOnline.com. Find out how dance can fit into your child's life. Call 630-529-9080 or visit CenterStageDanceOnline.com. Center Stage Dance Studio is a proud supporter of AM 560's Feed the Children.
If you have a room that has a great view to the outdoors, maybe a home office or an indoor patio, then you know summer's heat and glare can make those rooms anything but enjoyable. Fortunately, there's a solution. Solar shades and cellular shades from Blinds.com. Solar shades block that awful glare and furniture fading UV rays without blocking your view to the outdoors. Cell shades have an insulating honeycomb interior that help lower your energy bills. But the best part of solar and cell shades from Blinds.com is the price. Far less than you'll find in stores, and it couldn't be easier. In the words of one customer,
I'm a 49-year-old female, and I want to say to the ladies out there, you can do this yourself.
of course you can. Blinds.com's customer service team is with you every step of the way, and they offer free samples, free how-to videos, and free shipping. Even if you mismeasure, their Sure Fit guarantee gives you a replacement for free. So go to Blinds.com now and say goodbye to heat and glare. You'll see easy in a whole new light with Blinds.com.
A career isn't supposed to be mundane. It's supposed to be motivating, satisfying, and rewarding. If you're looking for an opportunity to work with the support, reliability, and resources you need to be successful, then it's time to join RE/MAX Professionals. Ed Lukasik Jr. isn't just an ordinary award-winning real estate broker. It's his marketing strategy that makes him the country's 88th best seller, according to the Wall Street Journal. He goes beyond traditional thinking to make sure his agents and his results are second to none. You, too, can now be an agent with a broker that lead shares, a broker that provides state-of-the-art technology and has business waiting for you from the very first day, a broker that trains you hands-on with techniques that you need to keep achieving success. If you're not picking your jaw up off the floor yet, then at least pick up the phone. Call 630-679-5454 and see what it's like to be an agent with Ed Lukasik's family at RE/MAX Professionals. That's 630-679-5454.
Our thanks, as always, to David Stripling, Technical Director, CP the EP, Caesar Perez, the Executive Producer.
Shake and bake.
And to all of you for listening and making us a part of your morning. Be back here at 5 a.m. tomorrow. And thanks, Dan, for coming to work today.
Hey, my pleasure.
Now let's go back into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're following. Storms leave thousands in the area without power, and Michael Jordan testifies. WIND Chicago News Time is 9 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. The now former pitchman for Subway
Subway sandwiches just arriving in federal court amid reports of a plea deal in a child porn investigation. Fox News Radio's Jeff Manasso, live on our Midwest Bureau.
Lisa, he's been known for over a decade as the guy who lost a ton of weight eating Subway sandwiches. But now Jared Fogle has just entered federal court in Indianapolis, where he's expected to plead guilty as part of a plea deal to charges that he engaged in sex acts with minors and that he distributed and received child pornography. The FBI raided Fogle's home in July, months after the